Trace the primal
All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. We have a lot to cover this evening. This is going to be Tech Thursdays, episode 131. This is going to be the live stream that I think a lot of you have been waiting for. A lot of the enthusiasts in the PC DIY space have been waiting for, because this is the one where we are going to talk about, you guessed it, the motherboards. So we're going to be covering motherboards, specifically X870E, all of them, well, at least most of them, and then Z890 as well. We will cover both of them all in one episode as one giant combined or combo episode, both AMD and Intel. It's going to be kind of jam-packed. We're going to have to move pretty fast. The other thing that I might talk about is RAM, because we did have a lot of viewers, well, not a lot of viewers, we had some viewers who were asking me during the gaming live streams this past week about memory compatibility for different motherboards or different RAM setups like Corsair RAM or whatever. So we may do a little bit of that on the side. I do have my Gigabyte motherboard on the test bench here right next to me. So we may look at that if you guys want to see that or if we have time. But this is going to be the one. So if you have questions about motherboards, specific motherboards, if you're doing a new build, this is the beginning of Q4. What's not the beginning anymore? But this is going to be the episode for you if you're someone who is looking to build a computer, upgrade a computer, desktop PC, whether it's going to be for gaming on desktop or whether it's going to be for something else, AI, whatever. We're probably going to do an activity here in a little bit where we try to price a desktop equivalent to AMD's Strix Halo flagship, which we did cover on the channel a few weeks ago now. That was the GMK Tech Evo X2. So I've been testing that with AI, and that thing is pretty insane for the money in terms of what you can do with that. But yeah, we're going to try to look at what if you don't want to get a Strix Halo and you want to do stuff with AI. What is the equivalent hardware that you need to consider? Can you actually build a desktop that is equal to a Strix Halo with the same kind of performance level at that $2,000 price point? So that's one of the activities that I have for later in the stream, if we have time for it. But yeah, so how is everybody doing? I know that a lot of people have been asking me. I've seen a lot of comments on a lot of my YouTube videos. People are asking for updated lists for motherboards. Now, the reason why it's taken me so long to cover this, because I planned to cover this at the beginning of this month, but I never got around to it. The main reason why was because I was waiting and waiting and waiting for MSI and the others, particularly MSI and maybe ASRock. They were supposed to release an updated X870 lineup. So in the case of MSI, they were supposed to launch the Max, the MSI Max refresh. So they had multiple articles about it back in the summer, like MSI debuts the Godlike X edition, the Max series. There was supposed to also be the Ace, the X870 Ace. I don't know where that is. I don't know what the story is. I haven't really gotten any update from MSI on that, on the status of these products. So I don't know if they're delayed or if they're going to launch in December or what. Same thing with the Intel boards. I haven't gotten any info on the Intel boards. So I don't know what is going on with MSI in that regard. So, but that's the reason why there was a delay in my content for the motherboards, because I was under the assumption back in the summer that MSI was going to debut the X edition for a lot of their, or the Max series, I should say, with stuff like the Godlike X. The Ace was supposed to show up, the Ace Max, the Tomahawk Max. All those motherboards were supposed to launch, and I don't know what the delay is or what's the reason for the delay. And then ASRock similarly had their lineup as well. ASRock was supposed to launch the Taichi OCF. The OCF is their 2-DIMM overclocker boards. This is the 2-DIMM. This is kind of like the Apex or the Unify or the Empower, so, or the Tachyon. That's what this motherboard is supposed to be. I don't know where it is. I certainly don't see it in the market anywhere. Maybe Newegg has them now. So that's the reason why there's been a delay. So really what we're going to be covering, and for those of you that have seen this type of content before, it's going to seem like almost like a rerun of an episode we did last year when X870 and X870E and Intel's Z890 motherboards launched about a year ago now. So Yeah, I can't believe it's been a year. So Zen 5 launched in August of last year. The motherboards launched at the end of September last year. And then Intel launched Z890 in October of last year. So it's literally a year old for the Arrow Lake platform, the Z890. And we'll talk about Z890 as well. I mean, basically, they're kind of feature parity. Like I said before, when AMD is the industry leader, you get parity across the platforms. When Intel is the leader, I don't know. So, meaning, what I mean by that is when Intel's in the lead, typically the Intel motherboards seem to get favored in terms of design wins, and the AMD ones, I mean, they're still really good AMD ones, but you don't really get like a like for like equality between the two brands. Like, for example, years ago, there was an Aorus Extreme for Intel, but there wasn't one for AMD until eventually, I think Zen 2 showed up, and then that was when a lot of people showed more interest in AMD. Now that AMD is actually in the lead, you don't see them dropping support for Intel. There's still a full equivalent motherboard lineup for Z890 as there is to X870E, but just keep that in mind. So anyway, we'll start off, I guess, with MSI, because that was the one, like, the Godlike. These were kind of the main ones that I was waiting on. There was a question earlier in the stream, do you still have your X8? Of course I still have the X870 Godlike. If you tune in to the weekend live streams, the live streams typically are always featuring the Godlike. Even if I'm streaming a PlayStation 5 game, it is via the Godlike. So, of course I'm still using the Godlike. Let's see. Rock, I'm working on Windows. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about I don't know about the tariff thing. I really don't think the tariff thing has anything to do with this, because ASUS did update their motherboards. So out of all the companies, ASUS is the only one who updated their lineup successfully. So ASUS launched the Crosshair X870E Extreme. This is the equivalent to the Maximus Extreme. So the Maximus is the Intel, the Crosshair is the AMD. They are functionally equivalent, and in some cases the AMD one's better, in some cases the Intel one's better. So just to give you guys a quick example of that, the AMD one has the Slim SAS, the Intel one has Thunderbolt 5. So those are kind of like the main differences between the two of them, but both of them have basically the same exact features. But ASUS did not disappoint. ASUS has their new lineup. So they have the Crosshair Extreme. The other one that ASUS launched was the Crosshair Apex. This is another brand new motherboard for 2025 from ASUS. You can buy these two motherboards today. They are on the market now. So I was waiting for the rest of them, like MSI, ASRock. Gigabyte, to my knowledge, is not doing a refresh. Like, Gigabyte is basically maintaining the exact same lineup from last year. It's basically a carryover from last year. But the other three did refresh the lineup. ASUS introduced the Extreme and the Apex and maybe some other lower-end SKUs. And then ASRock introduced some new ones, like the Live Mixer and there's an OCF. I don't know how to get one because I don't know, like, I haven't seen it sold by anybody. But there's an OCF from ASRock, and then the MSI has like a whole bunch of them, but I don't know where any of them are. So MSI is the one that's like really missing in action. And Gigabyte literally did nothing. So yeah, so let's go ahead and talk about the Godlike. Just to start off, we'll start off with the Godlike. We'll do MSI's lineup first this time, because they're the one that literally there's nothing to talk about, because none of their... Gigabyte and MSI are basically the same lineup from last year. So at the top you have the MSI Godlike, or the MEG, M-E-G. M-E-G stands for MSI Enthusiast Gaming. So this motherboard, according to MSI, is meant for enthusiasts. It's not meant for non-enthusiasts. It's meant for people who mean business and are very serious about building their PC. It is the only motherboard on the market out of the current generation motherboards to feature both the dual X8 Gen 5 for dual graphics cards, as well as a dedicated X4 PCIe slot off the chipset. So it's the only one. The Ace is supposed to have the exact same features, but the Ace, for whatever reason, has been delayed multiple times. So we can't talk about the Ace because it's not a released product. But if you're just keep in mind that if you're someone who doesn't want to pay for a Godlike, but you want that X4 and the dual X8 Gen 5, you're going to have to wait for the Ace. Because currently the Godlike is the only motherboard on the market that has the coveted X4, which is also an open slot. So if you remove this fifth M.2 heatsink down here, you can actually put an X16 PCIe device in this X4 slot. It will fit because it's an open-ended slot. The other thing that MSI is doing differently from the others, you'll notice here that for this new generation of motherboards, MSI has moved the EPS 12-volt power connectors, so the power for the CPU, these two up here, they move them above the RAM. So historically, with most motherboards that are ATX or EATX, or even MATX, the power connectors for the CPU go on the left side of the motherboard over here. But for some reason, they've moved them to the right side. I don't know if that's better or worse. It's just something to keep in mind that MSI is doing across the board. Like ASUS, Gigabyte, ASRock do not do this. They keep with a standard layout. If we look at the crosshair, you can see here, we go to the gallery on the Extreme, because a lot of people are probably going to want to compare the Extreme with the Godlike. You can see the Extreme has the two 8-pins in the traditional location over here. Now, both of these motherboards are extended ATX, so they mean business. They are fully loaded. However, the ASUS does not have an X4 slot on this motherboard, unlike the Godlike, and that is one of the reasons why MSI is charging more money. However, the ASUS Extreme does something special. It has something called Slim SAS, which they have down here. You can barely see it. Actually, let me see if I can find a better picture. Right here, next to the second, so the middle screw on the bottom of the motherboard, the Slim SAS is right angled, right, or no, wait, that's USB. Is that your Slim SAS? That's either USB, no, that's Slim SAS. That's Slim SAS. That's definitely Slim SAS. So yeah, they've got a Slim SAS on here. So a Slim SAS, for those that don't know, is a special interface that takes 4 lanes of PCIe. So if ASUS did not include Slim SAS, they would have included an X4 PCIe slot similar to what the Godlike has down here. So they're trying to go for more of an enterprise, almost like quasi-server infrastructure capability here on the ROG Crosshair Extreme. I don't know how many people would prefer the Slim SAS over the regular X4 PCIe. I think for most consumers, the average consumer, the average PC gamer is more likely to utilize the X4 slot on the Godlike versus trying to figure out what sort of adapter they have to purchase to utilize the Slim SAS. Now, we've done a video on an example of what to do with the Slim SAS. The way I'm using mine is I'm using a adapter with U.2 or U.3 for a external, well, not external, for an SSD. So I have an NVMe M.2 drive going into an enclosure, so it looks like a 2.5-inch SATA SSD, but it uses the U.3 interface to connect to the Slim SAS over a cable. We've done a whole video about this last year, showing exactly how to do that. The video is literally how to maximize all of the M.2 on the ROG without stealing lanes from the graphics card. Because if you want to avoid dropping your GPU to 8 lanes on this motherboard, you have to use the Slim SAS if you want to maximize the amount of SSD drives that you can run off of this board. That is something that you do not have to do on the Godlike. Hence the reason why I think MSI is able, the only reason why MSI is able to get away with charging more money over ASUS, because the Godlike is like an $1,100 motherboard. The Extreme from ASUS is a $1,000 motherboard. So the Godlike is $100 more, but the Godlike is actually more practical in terms of usability, because not everybody wants to use the Slim SAS, because that means you got to pay more money to buy adapters and cables and all this other stuff and enclosures. So that's something you do not have to do with the Godlike, because the Godlike already includes the standard X4, and on top of that, the Godlike gives you an Aero Expander Gen 5 card that allows you to add 2 more Gen 5 M.2 drives to the motherboard. However, that will plug into the second X16 slot, which will drop your GPU to X8. So keep that in mind. Now, the crosshair from ASUS, the Extreme, it does have ASUS's DIMM.2. Not everybody likes the DIMM.2. The main reason why people complain about DIMM.2 is because they think it makes the motherboard look too bulky, and also the DIMM.2 blocks the front intake airflow going to the RAM. So the RAM on the crosshair tends to run hotter than on other motherboards if they're using the DIMM.2, because it's so tall and it blocks the airflow to the RAM, and then also the heat coming off of those SSDs, those Gen 4 SSDs on the DIMM.2 will radiate the heat over to the RAM as the front intake blows air onto the DIMM.2. So that's one complaint. That's a very technical complaint that I've heard from people who have the Extreme, and they're not super happy about that because they notice that it's harder to cool the RAM. However, I do believe that ASUS includes, yes, they include a RAM fan, that this tiny little fan with a little adapter that can plug over the memory sticks to cool the RAM. This is something that I really like seeing from ASUS, and I really wish the Hero had this, but the Hero does not have this. This is something that they included with the Apex and the Extreme. Basically, the motherboards that have come out this year from ASUS, the high-end ones, the enthusiast ones, include this RAM cooler, and this is a very good thing. I want to see more motherboards include active RAM cooling, because this is how you will be able to push memory beyond DDR5 8000. DDR5 8000 is going to be very temperature sensitive. If your RAM runs above 60 degrees Celsius under load, you will have instability if you're trying to run RAM above 8000. This is something that we verified in a video previously with like Intel's QDIMM running at like 8200 or something. So that's something to be aware of. So it's very nice to see that. You get a full backplate on the Extreme, just like the Godlike. With ASUS and MSI, both of them now believe that if you want a backplate, you have to pay $700 minimum for a motherboard if you want a backplate on the motherboard. That is now the entry price point for backplates on motherboards. $700 from ASUS or MSI. This is not true for the other vendors. However, I think Gigabyte is starting to follow in that the AI Top Extreme from Gigabyte does have a backplate, but it is also like a $700 or $800 motherboard. So I didn't expect this to be a comparison. Let's just go back to the Godlike here and finish talking about the Godlike. So the Godlike has the expander card. It has the Wi-Fi 7. It is the 320 megahertz Wi-Fi 7, so it's the full implementation. It does include expander for fan headers and RGB headers. And then it also has the dynamic dashboard 3, or what they call the Easy Bridge. Now, this is a very controversial... This thing here, this display to the right of the memory is a very controversial thing. If you're someone who has been following the history of the Godlike since its debut last year, you would have come across a known issue that people have been talking about. I myself experienced this problem. I had to RMA my very own dashboard, the dynamic dashboard, to MSI. They sent me a replacement. The replacement fixed the problem. Since then, I have not had to do anything. I've not had to update firmware of the dashboard. I have not had to refresh the data on the dashboard. I've done literally nothing since they sent me the replacement, and the replacement has had no problems at all. So the nice thing about MSI is that if you're someone who is concerned about this problem, you can easily do an RMA with MSI, and you don't have to send them the entire motherboard. You only need to send them the faulty dynamic dashboard. I think the turnaround time was just under 3 weeks from the time that I sent them the defective unit and the time that they sent me the replacement. I think it was like 2 weeks, and then I got it back like on what would have become the 3rd week. So pretty good from a RMA experience from MSI, from a support experience from MSI. They did not argue with me. They didn't try to give me the runaround. They just basically did the RMA immediately. No problems. Oh, wow. Francisco just gifted 5 memberships. Wow. Appreciate it. It's like five random people have become sponsors now, apparently. Courtesy of Francisco. So yeah, guys, if you have any questions on any particular motherboard, it doesn't have to be the motherboard that I'm talking about. It can be whatever motherboard you're thinking of getting. If you have any specific question about that motherboard, this is the time to bring it up. This is the time to ask questions. Because most of the time, if someone asks a question, there's probably at least 1 or 2 other viewers that either have the exact same question and are afraid to ask, or there are questions that need to be answered that they don't even know need to be asked. See what I'm saying? Safi just joined. You're godlike. You breathe and live for PC tech. You're worried about stuff like icons and menus get too small. Wait, what? What are we talking about? Oh, so yeah, the question earlier, did MSI fix all the godlike issues with the demo? So they tried to fix issues, but there are 2 different problems. There are 2 different problems with the dashboard. One problem can be fixed supposedly through firmware updates. But my understanding is that there is a flaw in some of the dashboards where when the SM bus is being read through some sort of third-party application. So for example, and I noticed this with 3D Mark. When I would run 3D Mark with the Godlike, sometimes 3D Mark would fail to run because it couldn't, like something about the sensor data, it couldn't pull the sensor data on hardware info. Hardware info would also like pull the same interfaces for the CPU, the voltage, things that the dashboard is also trying to read. And there was some kind of conflict with that, and that could lead to corruption of the dashboard. Now that problem supposedly can be fixed from firmware. However, I did all of the firmware updates that MSI put out there. I even did a video I think it was January of this year or December of last year, showing how to fix the problem. And that video is now outdated because MSI has newer firmware since I made that video. But I put the latest firmware, and eventually I still had the problem. This was back in July. We even saw the problem happening on stream. Literally on stream. I think I was streaming either Elden Ring. I think I was streaming Elden Ring Night Rain. And I would get that USB disconnect sound. You know, the Windows. Da-da-dun, da-dun, da-da-dun, da-dun. It would happen intermittently while I was playing Night Rain. And at first I was like, is my Xbox controller disconnecting? No. I'm not having any issues with input. So I found out later, looking at the footage, that it was actually the dashboard was disconnecting and reconnecting. It was rebooting on its own. So I had to open a case with MSI, and MSI replaced it. Like MSI was like, "Yep, there's nothing we can do. You got to replace it. It's a hardware problem." So you're either it's a gamble. It's either going to be a hardware problem, which will require an RMA, which is what happened to me, or it can be something that can supposedly be fixed with firmware. But I did all the firmware updates, and that didn't fix the problem. It fixed a problem that happened earlier in the year, but it couldn't fix the problem that would affect the SM bus readout. So I had to do the RMA. But overall, this motherboard is the motherboard that has like everything. So in terms of future proof, I don't like to talk about future proofing, but because I always tell people that computer hardware has a 3, 5, and 7 year life cycle, typically from the manufacturer. Meaning, MSI will support the Godlike for 7 years, but they will only manufacture it for 2, maybe 3, but most likely a boutique special Halo product like this will only be manufactured for 2 years. The first year, which is now complete, and the second year, which is going into next year. That'll be it. And they're going to do a revision, which is the Godlike X, but still, same thing. Same exact model, same style, same components, whatever. There might be a different revision in some capacitors being supplied or whatever. But overall, it's the same thing. This is going to have a 2-year life. So if you're someone who buys extended warranties from whoever you purchase this from, like, for example, Newegg or Micro Center or whoever, 3 years is typical. 2 to 3 years is the maximum that you want to buy your warranty. Because the reason why I say that is because there's little to no reason to purchase a 4 or 5 year extended warranty on consumer grade hardware if you really, really like the motherboard. Because let's say you buy a 5-year warranty, or let's say you buy a 4-year or 5-year warranty, and on the 4th year or the 5th year, something happens to your motherboard. It doesn't work anymore. Like, okay, the dynamic dashboard messes up. You got to replace the motherboard, or you got to replace the dashboard. Well, guess what? You take it to Micro Center, or you take it to Newegg. Well, Newegg is online, but let's say you have a 4-year or 5-year warranty with Micro Center, the protection plan. You take it into them. Guess what? They can't give you a new Godlike because MSI doesn't make it anymore. So they'll give you like what they call equivalent value at that time. So basically, you're not going to get a new Godlike. You're going to get like whatever they deem as equivalent hardware tier of that time when you take it in. So after 4 or 5 years, this is no longer the top dog because there's a newer thing. So you're going to get like some other thing. You might get like a carbon with a new socket or whatever. You know what I mean? So that's the reason why there's really no reason to buy like 4 or 5 year. Because, especially if you really like the product, because you're not going to be able to keep the same exact product because it's not, they don't have the parts anymore. So that's why I don't recommend that. That's the reason why I always tell people 3-year, 5-year, 7-year. You're either somebody who upgrades every 3 years or someone who upgrades every 5 years, which is like half a decade, which is at a pretty long amount of time. Or you're someone who goes super long, which is the 7-year, which is the absolute maximum. And by the time it's 7 years old, if you've kept the same platform for 7 years, I don't know if I should congratulate you or or is that an eyebrow raiser? Like, is this person really an enthusiast if they hold on that computer for 7 years? I don't think so. See what I'm saying? So because let's think about that. 7 years ago would have been the year 2018. What was the CPU from AMD at that time? A brand new CPU from AMD in 2018 was the Ryzen 7 2700X, a Zen Plus. And the Intel would have been the i9 9900K. The first i9 was from 7 years back. That means that the i9 9900K is so ancient old, it's awful. It's awful. It's terrible now. Terrible. no Thunderbolt 4, and definitely no Thunderbolt 5, and no USB 4. In terms of platform, awful. It's only PCIe Gen 3, not even PCIe Gen 4, not even NVMe Gen 4. So it's so bad. The i9 9900K in 2025 is so old. It's an ancient dinosaur in 2025. It's crusty. You know, it's not good. It's just not good. I'm sorry. It's just not good. It's like the people who seem to think that an i5 2500K Sandy Bridge from like 2011 is somehow still good. It's like, okay, try to play Monster Hunter Wilds with the i5 2500K or Battlefield 6 and see what happens. Yeah. See how... That's going to go real well. That's going to be a really superb experience right there. With quad-core, 4 threads, no hyper-threading. Yeah. That's going to run real well in Battlefield 6. You'll be getting a lot of headshots with that. So the i9 is now kind of like ancient. It's like ancient ogre status from like Tekken 3. It's like, dang, that's old. Sorry, but it's the reality. It's real talk. This is real talk. This is real talk. You can't be like, oh, my i9 is still good. In your own little world, maybe it's still good. But in the real world's really harsh. So I'm just going to say real talk, i9 9900K is old garbage. It's old garbage. And so is the Zen 1. The 1800X, the original Ryzen, that's even older. That's 2017. That thing is, well, yeah, it was the first consumer like 8-core that wasn't $1,000. So I'll give it credit for that. But it isn't even officially supported on Windows 11 by Microsoft. That's old. That's how old it is. So, anyway. Man, the chat has been moving. The chat has been moving. I knew there was going to be a lot of viewers on this episode because we were going to talk about motherboards. People have been waiting to hear about motherboards. Okay, so the Godlike is pretty much the same, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This is the one motherboard that if you're someone who just doesn't care how much it costs, you saved up the money, you're ready to go, you want to build the flagship, everything, first class, roll out the red carpet, you know, you're flying first class. This is the one that's got everything. It's the most future-proof. 10 gigabit LAN plus 5 gigabit LAN. So you can have, for example, you can have the 5 gig connect to your internet service provider if you're lucky enough to have 5 gigabit fiber offered to your home. So you can have the internet come in on the 5 gig. And then if you have a home lab or a home NAS, or you want to connect, if you have like a home NAS, you can connect your NAS to your Godlike via the 10 gig for ultra fast file indexing, archiving, transfer over the home network. So that is the reason why this is super high end, enthusiast grade territory, and also something that is tailor made for power users, true enthusiasts who are also power users. There's a difference between a power user and a gamer. So it's weird because it's like they're marketing this to the gamers, but the reality is the only people who will truly benefit from the full capabilities of this motherboard are the power users, because the power users will actually use the 10 gig at 10 gig speed. They'll actually use the 5 gig at 5 gig internet fiber speeds. They might even use Wi-Fi 7 for wireless backhaul for whatever reason. I don't know, but it's there. And then on top of that, it has a ton of future-proof USB-C. Dual 40 gigabit Thunderbolt 4, aka USB 4. We're not supposed to say Thunderbolt. You're not supposed to say that. That's like saying Voldemort in the Harry Potter movies. Just saying. So we're not supposed to say Thunderbolt. That's a bad word. So we'll say USB 4. USB 4 right here in bold. And then they both have DisplayPort alt modes. You can run monitors. You can run 4K monitors off of the integrated graphics over these USB 4 ports. You could even plug in a USB 4 dock, or I'm going to say it, Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 5 docking station into these USB 4 ports, and they will work. It is forwards and backwards compatible. You have full 10 gig USB Type A. Every single one of these red USB A ports are 10 gigabit USB A. None of that slow 5 gig garbage. No blue USB 3.0. That's so 2012. So we're not doing that. And there's no USB 2 because that's like 2000s technology. That's like 20 years old. So none of that stuff. So it's all future proof. It has a ton of USB-C 10 gig right here. It's got 5 USB-C plus 2 40 gigabit USB 4. So this is truly an enthusiast grade motherboard. Just by looking at the back, I can tell. Optical audio for those optical DACs. If you're into digital audio, you have analog audio as well. And then you have the BIOS flashback, the clear CMOS, and what MSI calls the smart button, which can be used. You can program this button in the BIOS to do special things. Like, for example, if you want this BIOS to if you want the smart button to be a reset button, it can be a reset button. If you want it to be a turn off all the RGB button, you can tell it to turn off all the RGB when you press the smart button. If you want it to boot into the BIOS on the next boot automatically, you can program it to do that. So you can use it to go to the BIOS. Hence, it is a smart button. So it's fully loaded. It's got everything. The dynamic dashboard, you know, aside from the hardware issue, software issue, firmware issue that they had this year, the newer revisions of this board are not supposed to have that problem, I'm told. And then obviously the new X edition, which is supposed to come out who knows when, but basically the Godlike X edition will have a brand new revised dashboard, which is not supposed to have the problem that people have experienced with the existing Godlike. So that is that. Like I said, it's the only motherboard on the market today that has, aside from the elusive Ace, because the Ace is supposed to have the same features, this is the only motherboard that has the dual Gen 5 for dual graphics cards at Gen 5 X8 and the X4 slot down here. It's the only one. No other motherboard on the market except their upcoming Ace has that PCIe layout for current generation motherboards. So it is kind of an industry exclusive, and that's one of the reasons why MSI is able to get away with charging an exorbitant amount of money for this particular flagship motherboard. I mean, you also get the expander card, all this other stuff. It comes in a very, very big and heavy box. We've done the unboxing video back in November of last year. So if you're curious, you can check that out if you want to see exactly what is inside the box. But it comes with a whole bunch of stuff. So that's the Godlike. Next, we have the motherboard that I consider most people will consider if they consider themselves a tech enthusiast, but they're not the type of person who's going to spend, you know, $1,000 or more on just a motherboard. So this is the MSI X870. This is the MPG. So they have 3 tiers of products. They have MEG, MEG, which is their Halo tier, which is where the Godlike exists. It stands for Enthusiast Gaming. And then they have the MPG, which is the MSI Performance Gaming. I don't know why performance is what they chose, but anyway, this one is their 500. This is like 450, depending on sales at the time. This is kind of their $500 middle of the road motherboard. It's kind of crazy saying $500 is middle of the road, but if you think about the fact that this is $1,100 and this is $500, it is kind of middle of the road. So the Carbon is what I would consider most sane people will probably not spend over $500 on a motherboard. $500 is like the absolute maximum that someone could convince themselves psychologically to spend that much money on a motherboard. There's very few people out there that would go all out and convince themselves psychologically, despite what their family members might tell them, to go and buy something like the Godlike and spend that much money on just the motherboard, because it's like, okay, that much money is typically how much some people spend on laptops, like a fully loaded laptop. This is just the motherboard, so just keep that in mind. So anyway, the Carbon is definitely more practical. It is your standard ATX. I like that they have the postcode debug in the location that they have. It's not all the way at the top, but it's down here right above the 24 pin, meaning if you have your computer on the floor and you look down at it, because this is in the position that it's in, you can still see this when the computer's on the floor. If this was at the top, you can't look down and see it because the top of your computer case is going to block your visibility of the postcode debug. So I like that MSI thought about doing this. Clearly, someone at MSI did user experience and usability case studies to figure out these sort of things. So when I see this, I think, okay, MSI actually thought about like how people use the computer. Most people, myself included, put their desktop computer on the floor, not on their desk, not on a wall, no, on the floor. The computer that we are streaming on right now is sitting on the floor. My Godlike computer is, yes, it's on a carpeted floor. So that is how I have always maintained my desktops, and that's how I will always maintain my desktop. So on the floor. So something like this talks to people like me who put their computer on the floor, because I can look over and I can see the postcode debug through the glass window because of the position of it. So this is very good. And then, okay, what's interesting about the Carbon is, and I just now noticed this, the EPS cables are in the standard position. They're not over the RAM like we saw on the Godlike and the Ace. And it looks like it has the same sort of layout that Gigabyte has gone with all of their motherboards, where they put physical 15 or physical 16 slots, X16 PCIe slots, regardless of whether they're actually 16 lanes or not. In this case, only the top one is 16 lanes. The second one might be an X8. If it is, I'll be very impressed. So let's take a look. It is. Oh, it's X4. It's X4. So MSI is doing some really interesting stuff here. They're doing. No, yeah, it's X4. So it's X4. So that's kind of interesting. 4 M.2 is on here. And looks like... So the question I have is, are they doing anything with the USB 4 and the second M.2? Because they have... Oh, okay, so they went with 2 Gen 5. So I see what they did. They bifurcated the second group of lanes to guarantee a second Gen 5 SSD, but by doing that, they have capped the second slot to X4. But then how are they running the top one at 16? Because it'd be 16, 4, and 4. 4 goes to this one. 4 goes to... Oh, okay. So they're doing... Why are they only 4 here? I don't know. I need to think about this. Oh, USB 4 is taking the other 4. So then this one... So when the second M.2 is in use, the GPU must be running at X8. It must be. Although it's... Yes, right here. It says it right there in this sentence. PCIe... Top PCIe and second PCIe and the second M.2 share the bandwidth. And the PCIe version... Okay, so that means if you're using the second M.2, your graphics card runs at 8 lanes. Okay. So this one's got lane sharing, so you gotta be careful of that if you're someone who doesn't like the idea of your GPU running at like half bandwidth or whatever. Usually for Gen 5 graphics cards, so like a 9070 XT or a 50 series, that won't really matter. Gen 4, it could matter. Definitely more than Gen 5, and Gen 3 will definitely matter. Like the Gen 3 GPU will be bottlenecked. But if you're building a new computer, you're most likely going to have a Gen 5 GPU. Or I assume you would, unless you're on like a 40 series or a RDNA 3 and you're carrying over your GPU and you're just doing a platform upgrade, then you're going to have some kind of bottlenecking going on if you want to run the second M.2 in the second slot. But yeah, the Carbon is an okay board. I just think at the $500 price point, there are better options. It's not terrible, but it's not what I would consider the best choice at $500. If we look at the back, 5 gigabit LAN plus 2.5 gigabit LAN. So it doesn't have 10 gig LAN, but there's only one. Yeah, there's only one motherboard that I can think of that actually offers 10 gig LAN at the $500 price point. And we'll talk about that one later if people want to actually talk about that one. But that motherboard is a motherboard that I still don't recommend for a certain reason. But we could talk about that if you guys want to talk about that board. But anyway, so it has the 40 gig USB 4, and then it has 2 USB-C and 2 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 gig Type A, and then it has an HDMI here. So you can drive 3 external monitors off of these 3 up here, and then you have all these USB. So yeah, like I said, it's a pretty good choice. Personally, I think there's better choices for $500, but this one is not that bad. So it's kind of like if you like MSI, this is a good choice. It's expensive though. $500 is a lot for a motherboard. Francisco with the gifted memberships, 5 more. Wow. Man, the people that tuned in are lucky. They're lucky this time. Okay, so this one is kind of the gamer. This is the gamer motherboard, I would think. But, you know, I don't know. Like, how many gamers spend $500 on a motherboard? I think really, to me, this is more of like an enthusiast motherboard. Because I don't see a lot of PC gamers spending $500 on a motherboard. You know what I mean? It's a lot. I feel like there's another one that the gamers would be interested in. And that motherboard is this one. The iconic Tomahawk. The Tomahawk brand is a motherboard brand name from MSI that it has existed for many years now. This is the iconic Tomahawk. So last year, when they launched the Tomahawk, they launched this as a lower tier X870 motherboard. But within that year, they have introduced the X870E variant of the Tomahawk. So if you're someone who is looking for the Tomahawk, or you're looking for like a good value motherboard, which gives you basically everything that you would need for like 95% of the use cases out there, this is definitely worth considering, because this one is about $300. So around $300, that is what I consider the price point where you're going to try to maximize the amount of value you can get from a motherboard. Meaning, like if somebody is going to spend $300 on a motherboard, it's still a lot of money for a motherboard, but at the same time, you're getting the best value deal. It might not be the absolute best motherboard in terms of functions, features. You know, this is not going to have base clock overclocking, for example. There's no external clock generators on the Tomahawk motherboard. So you can't do, for example, if you have a 9800X3D or a 9950X3D or a 9900X3D, those CPUs with the V-cache are more limited in their stock frequency on the V-cache CCD. So what overclockers like to do is they like to use base clock overclocking, and I've done a video about this last year, to basically force the CCD, the one with the Vcache, to run at a higher speed than normal by using the external clock generator to force it into a higher multiplier. You can't do that with a Tomahawk. In fact, you can't do that with any like $300 or sub $300 motherboard, because none of those motherboards have clock generators. That is something that is reserved for the MEG enthusiast tier products. But, like I said earlier, about 95% of the use cases, you'll be fine with something like this. And you'll have things that someone who only spends like, $200 or less on a motherboard won't have. For example, you'll get the much needed postcode debug on the motherboard. This is something that you cannot get on a sub $300 motherboard. For some weird reason, the postcode debug has become a luxurious feature that it used to be on like motherboards that were like $90 back in the day. Even like $70, you could get a postcode debug. Now, for a long time, you had to spend $500 if you wanted a postcode debug, or minimum $350 on something like a B650E Aorus Master. Now, with X870 and X870E, they have lowered the barrier of entry to get a motherboard with postcode debug. Now you only have to spend like $300 instead of like $500 for the E variant with this feature. So you guys know me. I'm somebody who I'm only going to recommend something that I myself would actually buy. This is a motherboard that I would actually buy because it has the postcode debug, and you basically get all the quality of life, modern features that you expect to have in 2025. For example, the push button for the quick disconnect for the GPU. So no more, like if you have an air cooler, like you have a giant Noctua air cooler on here, and you can't reach the tab to release the GPU, now you don't have to use a screwdriver or a chopstick or a toothbrush or whatever to fiddle around to get that thing out. Now you just push the button to get it out, and it's easy. Let me see if I can get a better picture of that. Yeah, the push button right there. So it has that. It has completely, not completely toolless, but the Gen 5 SSD is toolless. No screw required. There's like a push tab to unlatch the heatsink for the M.2. Same thing with the one down here at the bottom. But this one in the middle, there's 2 SSD slots in here. These still have 4 screws. So it's not 100% toolless like on the Godlike, but it is mostly toolless. You can do 2 out of 4 M.2s without having to use a screwdriver. So that's nice. The dual 8-pin for the CPU is on the standard position, not above the DRAM slots. 24 pins over here. Everything looks, it's right angle. MSI is really pushing this right angled connector style really hard. They're going for almost like a quasi BTF style. I've noticed with a lot of these new motherboards. I think the Carbon was the exact same way. Yeah, you can see everything on this side is right angle connector except for the 24 pin. The Godlike takes it a step further. Literally everything on the Godlike, except for these 2 EPS cables at the top, these are all right angle connectors. So they're trying to go for that clean BTF style look without having to require a BTF case. So that is the same thing with the Tomahawk. It does have, and this is also true with the Carbon, I forgot to mention this, down here at the bottom, there is a PCIe 8-pin connector for supplemental power for the PCIe slots. So if you plan on running things that use more than 25 watts on these PCIe slots, you're definitely going to want to plug in a PCIe 8-pin into the motherboard here to provide auxiliary power to all the peripherals if you're going to fully load the motherboard with stuff that's not just M.2 drives. So yeah, pretty standard motherboard. We covered it in the past. I mean, I covered the non-E edition last year on stream. We did a live build with this, and we also live streamed games with this thing. So yeah, it is pretty good. You got your USB 4. The reason why I recommend X870 and X870E is because you don't have to think twice about Gen 5 and USB 4. You're guaranteed to get your USB 4. A lot of people don't realize that they might actually need USB 4. Maybe not now, but they might need it in the future, and they're not even aware that they might need it. So you definitely don't want to be buying a motherboard in 2025, and it's going to be 2026 soon, and you don't want to be buying a motherboard without USB 4 when we are, we're kind of in that transition period now where there's a lot of things that can leverage USB 4, like external M.2 drives, 4K 60 capture cards, external graphics card enclosures, although that external GPUs are not really that necessary for a desktop compared to a laptop, but USB 4 is still something very, very good. If you want to plug in a USB 4 dock into your desktop to get multiple multi-stream DisplayPort monitors, you can do that with the USB 4. That is something you cannot do with a regular USB 10 gig. Or even a USB 20 gig. So just keep that in mind. So this is a very, very nice thing to have. One USB 4 port by itself is already equal to like 7 regular USB Type A ports in terms of how valuable that single USB 4 port is. So that is a very, very good thing to have. And every single one of these X870, X870E guarantee that you have that. Now, if you have X670 or X670E, the last generation, there was a path to add USB 4 utilizing Thunderbolt 4 add-in cards. But you have to make sure that your motherboard supported that, and you also needed to dedicate an X4 PCIe slot to add USB 4 to your motherboard. We have multiple videos on the channel covering this. We've done this for ASRock and Gigabyte, as well as ASUS. I did not cover MSI because MSI never released an add-in Thunderbolt card. So that's the only one that didn't cover. But MSI doesn't matter anymore because now all of them have USB 4 built in. Alright, so that is the Tomahawk. That's a pretty good one. So if you're someone who is thinking of building a computer and you don't like ASUS for whatever reason, or you don't like ASRock for whatever reason, and Gigabyte's just kind of Gigabyte, you can get the Tomahawk. It's pretty good. So that's MSI. That's the majority of MSI's lineup. So basically, the reason why I'm covering these three specifically is because all of the motherboards fall into three categories. You're either buying an MEG, or you're buying an MPG, or you're buying a MAG. Now, there's other MAGs besides Tomahawk. There's other MPG besides Carbons. There's like Edge Wi-Fi. There's the Pro, whatever. These are other motherboards that kind of fill different, like slightly different target demographics. Like with the Pro, they're trying to go for the productivity, creative user. But the reality is, if someone wants to build a content creation PC with one of these, the Carbon's going to be fine, even though it's marketed to gamers. And it's going to have a lot of the overclocking features that enthusiasts want. So that's the reason why I typically stick to the super extreme overpriced thing, the $500 price point, and the $300 price point. Because $300, this is the value king. $500, this is the enthusiast, like the absolute max an enthusiast would consider spending. And then this is like, oh, I don't care how much it costs. I just want the best of the best. You know, like there's the people who do that. I mean, that's what this is for. So that's kind of the three MSI boards, the three different tiers. So you're usually looking for a $300 or less, a $500 down to like $350, or a I don't care how much it costs type motherboard. So those are the three sort of classes. So let's move on to ASUS now. So ASUS has a very, I would say, complicated, almost too complicated setup in terms of how many brands they offer. I think ASUS needs to do a little bit of consolidation. I think there's too many brands out there within ASUS. So, for example, they have the ROG, the ROG, the Republic of Gamers. This is the Republic of Gamers. But what they fail to tell people is that the enthusiasts and the power users are typically going to be considering the ROG motherboards, even though the motherboards are targeted at the gamers. The reality is the gamers aren't going to spend $1,000 on a motherboard. And this Crosshair Extreme has a retail price of $1,000. So this is the ASUS flagship. This is the top of the line. This is flying first class on an airplane. This is going on a cruise that's, transcontinental. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is for those type of people. The Crosshair X870 Extreme. The motherboard that can do it all. You want to do LN2 overclocking? It's got you covered. You want to do chiller? You want to do dry ice? You can do any sort of overclocking? This motherboard can do it. You don't care about overclocking, but you're a power user. You need to use every single port that the motherboard has. Every USB port, every docking station, every SATA interface, every Slim SAS PCIe M.2, DIMM.2, every memory slot available will be filled up day one. This is your motherboard because this is the one that has everything. It's got all the dip switches down here for the overclockers. It's got slow mode. It's got dual BIOS. It's got all the crazy bells and whistles that the gamers don't actually need or will never use. So it's marketed to gamers, but this is definitely not really a gamer's motherboard. This is a true power user / enthusiast, hardware enthusiast motherboard. That is what the Extreme is. So it has the super thick heat pipe for the Gen 5 SSD with complete toolless latch mechanism. It has the careful not to scrape your GPU quick disconnect. No more button. They move beyond that for both of these PCIe slots. These are directly wired to the CPU. So these have full Gen 5 bandwidth. The top slot, X16 Gen 5 bandwidth. And if you use the bottom slot, now the top slot and the bottom slot run at dual X8 Gen 5. So the ROG Extreme can handle dual Gen 5 graphics cards at X8 bandwidth. Perfect for people who want to do something with, here we go, I'm about to say it, AI. Yes, if you want to do AI, this is a pretty good motherboard because this is the motherboard that can have dual GPUs. So last year, I guess from 2022 up until last year, the X4 slot on a motherboard was very, very useful, and probably I would not consider a motherboard that didn't have that. Now, with Gen 5 and with AI, the ability to have an X8 Gen 5 slot as the second PCIe slot is now a lot more valuable than that dedicated X4 slot. So if we look at the Godlike for a second, remember what I said earlier. This motherboard has Gen 5 X16 or dual X8 on these two silver slots. But the bottom slot here is an X4. This X4 used to be extremely valuable for a lot of use cases. But starting this year, as far as I understand it, this X4 is becoming less and less important because of USB 4 and because of AI. Now people really want the Gen 5 bandwidth for AI, so the X8 slot is becoming a lot more valuable. So ASUS recognized this, and that is why the Extreme offers that dual X8 capability, and the X4 is still here. It's just hidden. It's hidden away as a Slim SAS. So they went with Slim SAS for the final X4 lanes of Gen 4 bandwidth. So that's the difference between the Godlike and the Extreme Crosshair. Is the Crosshair has that slim SAS. The Godlike has your traditional X4. So which do you prefer? Do you prefer a traditional X4? Well, then the Godlike's going to be better for you. If you prefer the slim SAS and you know what to do with that, then the ROG Extreme could be the way to go. All right, so the Extreme is the most top of the line from ASUS. It's got the full like LCD panel on the I/O shroud here. If we look at the gallery, let's look at the back here. So you have your 10 gig plus 5 gig, so it is equal to the Godlike in terms of the network connectivity. Same thing with the Wi-Fi 7. And then it has 8 10 gig USB Type A, where the Godlike had 2, 4, 6, 8. So they have the same amount of Type A 10 gig USB, but the Godlike wins out in the sheer number of USB-C 10 gig that it includes. Both of them have USB 4, but the ASUS only has 2 10 gig USB-C, and it has an HDMI as well, and the Godlike does not have an HDMI. So if you are going to be utilizing integrated graphics, the ROG gives you a little bit more ease of use in providing that HDMI right there. Whereas with the Godlike, you have to use the 40 gig USB-C into a Thunderbolt monitor. Or a monitor that has USB-C. Or DisplayPort. Okay, so they're kind of similar, but I have to give the win to the Godlike because the Godlike has the smart button and it just straight up has way more USB-C. But the ROG is still very good. This is still probably ASUS's best I/O out of all of their motherboards. It has 10 gig Ethernet. The only other ASUS motherboard that has 10 gig built in is the $500 ProArt, which is a motherboard that I do not recommend because the ProArt, despite having a cost of around $500, does not have the postcode debug. I don't know what they were thinking in trying to sell a creator's motherboard without basic diagnostic tools. So that is the reason why I do not recommend the ProArt at all. So yeah, the 10 gig here, it's got everything, basically. It also has RAM cooling and the DIMM.2. So it has active fan included for memory overclocking. So if you're someone who wants to run, for example, DDR5 8000 or DDR5 8200, 8400, etc., you need to have active cooling on your RAM. Otherwise, your RAM is most likely going to be unstable if you're running those type of insane speeds. But this motherboard has the quality trace layout to support DDR5 8000 or higher speeds. But you do need to use the active cooling, and that's why they've included that. Oh, I didn't talk about the memory on the Godlike. The Godlike is a 10-layer PCB. So it is one of the best motherboards if you want to run a lot of memory. And I'm talking, when I say a lot of memory, I mean like minimum 96 gigabytes or more. Same thing with the ROG Crosshair Extreme. All right, so that's the Extreme. This is the flagship. Now let's talk about ASUS's number 2, second strongest. New for this year. The ROG Crosshair X870E Apex. This is the second. If this one is Frieza, this one is Captain Ginyu. Number 2, second strongest. So we have the Apex from ASUS. Apex, for those that don't know, equals overclocker's motherboard. This is meant for the extreme overclocker. This is the guy who understands how to use LN2, might have a chiller, might know how to do stuff with dry ice when it comes to overclocking. They're trying to push for the world records. These are people who would rather overclock and tune their computer on a Saturday versus playing Monster Hunter Wilds or Battlefield 6. So if you're someone who plays Battlefield 6, this is not the motherboard for you. If you're someone who is into dry ice, chillers, and LN2 overclocking, this is the motherboard for you. So this is the Apex motherboard, designed for overclockers first. This is like, it is built for, it literally says it right here. The AI PC Apex is built for world record overclocking, courtesy of extensive BIOS features and the exotic cooling of the ROG exclusive memory fan kit. So, just like the Extreme, the Apex includes the active cooling fan for the memory. So these are the only two motherboards in ASUS's current lineup that will give you active cooling for RAM. Hence why I say this motherboard is meant for overclockers first, because not only are they going to do extreme CPU overclocking, they're going to do extreme memory tuning for absolute groundbreaking world record performance. That is what they're looking for with this motherboard. So, 2 DIMMs, no nitro path. You can see how the active cooling fan integrates with the Gen 5 SSD here. There's a frame that it bolts on. This is in the box with the motherboard, so you can cool your RAM. It also conveniently applies cooling for the DIMM.2, which the Apex also includes. So the DIMM.2 is included in here, just like with the Extreme. Full backplate on the AMD edition. Now, this is one of those rare instances where ASUS gave AMD the better Apex, and Intel got the, like, not necessarily bad, but Intel got the white version. So the Maximus Apex, it's only available in white. So this is the Intel overclocking motherboard, but this one doesn't have the backplate. So this is like a $750 motherboard with no backplate. So ASUS done gone messed up with the Intel motherboards this time around. They basically shortchanged all the Intel people by not giving them a backplate on an overclocker's motherboard. It's like, what are you guys doing? Meanwhile, the AMD guys, they get the full backplate. $750. So, there's some pretty cool things with the Apex, though, despite it being meant for overclockers. Number one, you can see it has a dedicated X4 slot above the graphics card. So right in there, you have the X4, then you have the GPU, then you have an open-ended X1, and I really like that ASUS made the X4 and the X1 open-ended slots. Very good stuff. And then they have the X8 down at the bottom. So you can still do the full dual graphics cards for AI. Now, the really interesting thing about this board, and let me make sure, yeah, 2 Gen 5. So the second Gen 5 is way down at the bottom. So one of the reasons why this motherboard is super expensive is because this slot down at the bottom, just like the ROG Extreme, which for some reason they don't have. Oh yeah, they do. So the Extreme, notice how the second graphics card, it plugs in way down at the bottom here. So if you have a dual slot GPU, it's going to overhang the motherboard and cover up all these dip switches on the Extreme. On the Apex, there's switches over here on the right-hand side as well as down here. So it's not going to be as much of a problem. You have some switches up here as well. So the Apex has a better layout for overclockers, ease of use. The nice about the Apex, though, I really like the PCIe slot layout on this motherboard. The X4 is always going to be usable even if you fill up this motherboard with dual thick boy graphics cards. Now you're going to need a full tower case, you're going to put a thick GPU down here at the bottom. It's going to overhang the board, so you need that full tower. You cannot put this in a small form factor. This is not for a small form factor.
Do you think there will be a big uplift in gaming performance if I upgrade from 9950X3D to 9950X3D2?
That's a good question. To be honest with you, I don't think so. I don't think if they put 3D V-Cache on both CCDs, I don't think it's going to give anyone a significant uplift in gaming, because the scheduler, so it's going to come down to the scheduler. The Windows scheduler with the AMD driver, it kind of needs the game to stay on one of the CCDs. So the only sort of uplift you could get is if you had a extremely CPU bound game that could actually scale beyond 8 core 16 thread. Then it could make a difference. But on the flip side, you have to remember that not all games, it's rare, but not every game benefits from 3D V-Cache. I would say with modern games, pretty much every modern game that has come out in the last 3 or 4 years now benefits from X3D. And the more unoptimized a game is, the more it benefits from X3D. Now, older games, or games that do not need to fit in the 3D cache, I'll give you an example. Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike Source, Counter-Strike 1.6. Those games, those older games, do not need the 3D V-Cache. So with a game like Counter-Strike, you want to go in and make sure that the Xbox game bar flags Counter-Strike as not a game. That way, the Windows scheduler will favor the frequency cores, the cores that do not have 3D V-Cache, for a game like Counter-Strike. This is one example where the dual X3D isn't really going to give you any benefit, where being able to move the game onto the non-X3D would actually result in better performance, because older games that don't need 3D cache, they can benefit more from higher frequency, and the non-X3D CCD runs at a higher boost clock of 5.7 gigahertz. So that's the reason why, I personally don't know what... I mean, okay, the only way the D2 would make sense is if AMD has some sort of equivalent to Intel's Threadripper. Without that, it's going to be dependent on Windows and the scheduler. So, I don't know. I personally don't see a need for the D2. There may be some other use case that AMD is targeting, though, with the dual 3D V-Cache. It might be something with like AI, inferencing, performance, or latency, or something for AI. Like it's probably something there that's not necessarily for gamers. But who knows? If they do some kind of Threadripper thing, then maybe all of a sudden it makes a lot more sense. But until I see something like that, I'm not convinced that it's necessary. As someone who uses the 9950X3D and the 9950X, I can see the scenarios where being able to run the game on the non-3D V-Cache is actually beneficial. And there are some games that don't need the 3D V-Cache. But great question, though, because that's something that I'm pretty sure a lot of people were wondering. But the TLDR answer is, I don't think there'll be a big uplift in gaming with the D2. So the Apex, this is the overclocker board, like we were saying. I really like the PCIe layout. I really feel like if this had 4 DIMM slots, I would actually really want this motherboard. Because it's only 2 DIMM slots, and I'm not super crazy about overclocking RAM to 8400 plus or whatever, which this motherboard can do easily, especially with the active cooling fan. This is definitely not a motherboard for someone like me, but it is definitely an overclocker's motherboard. I mean, it's got like DIMM.2, it's got everything. And you can run 128 gigabytes of memory at DDR5 6400, no problem on this motherboard, because this motherboard, it's 2 DIMMs. It's 1 DIMM per channel. It's 1 DPC only. So it doesn't need nitro path, because you're always going to have 2 DIMMs on this board, and you're never going to have more than 2 DIMMs on this board. So anyway, that's the Apex. This is one of the new ones, so it is definitely worth talking about. This one and the Extreme are the 2 brand new motherboards from ASUS for 2025. Now, they might have some other ones lower down the stack, but this is an enthusiast tech channel, so we typically dedicate most of the discussion time to the enthusiast class boards like the Extreme and the Apex. And then returning from last year, the Hero. The Hero is kind of, it used to be the $300 motherboard, then it became the $500 motherboard for several years. I remember when this was like $375 for the X570 Crosshair 8 Hero Wi-Fi. Then with Zen 4 and with Intel's 13th gen, all of a sudden this thing became like a $700 motherboard. Like the price shot up so much, it skipped over $500. It went from like $370 all the way to like $700 in one generation. So now it occupies that $700 price point from ASUS. I guess maybe there was a Maximus. There was an Intel one that was $500 back in the days of, I don't know, Alder Lake or something. But anyway, this is that $700 motherboard. So $700 gets you a backplate from ASUS. So if you want a motherboard from ASUS and you want the backplate, this is the cheapest motherboard from ASUS that will give you that backplate, and that is $700. So, disappointing thing about this motherboard, for some reason, it only has six USB Type A. Now, they are all 10 gig, but it only has 6. Now, I criticized ASUS very heavily for this last year, and I want to assume that they took the feedback and updated the lineup, because the Extreme, guess what? Has exactly what I said the Hero should have had. The Extreme has the 10 gig, and it has 8 Type A, which is exactly what I complained about with the Hero. I was like, why is there this empty space here when they could have easily fit 2 more Type A? The live stream that we did last year, that 5-hour-long live stream where I literally covered every single motherboard at that launch, my biggest complaint was this 2 things. One, no 10 gig on a $700 motherboard, and the other thing, why is there this empty space here? They could have easily put 10 gig on here, and they could have easily put 2 more Type A. So they rectified that error with the Extreme. They put the 2 more Type A, like I said, and they have the 10 gig. And the nice thing is they kept the 5 gig. They got rid of the 2.5 and they put the 10. They didn't do like, 10 plus 2.5. No, they did 10 plus 5. So they went all out and they've remedied the issue, or my complaints, with the Hero. But the Hero is not a new board. This is a board that debuted last year with the launch of Zen 5. So here we are with 6 Type A. So if you're somebody who needs to plug in a lot of things on the back of the motherboard, for example, if you need a USB microphone, like I'll just use myself as an example. I have the webcam, the microphone, my keyboard, my mouse, my Xbox game controller. So I'm currently already at 5 Type A USB ports on the back of my motherboard. So that means, and then I have this other camera here, which we might use later if we open this up here. Yeah, so I have another camera pointed at a Gigabyte Aorus Master, which we might look at later in the stream. So that's already 6 Type A USB ports. So I'm already maxing out every single one of these Type A. So if I just need to plug in another device, it's like now I got to use the front panel. So it's kind of lame that they went with only 6 on a $700 motherboard. That is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. So thankfully, ASUS remedied that with the $1,000 motherboard. And then on the Apex, we didn't look at the back of this guy. Do they even have a picture of the back? Oh, they don't actually do... they've got this one. So the Apex has 2, 4, 6, 7. So the Apex has 7... but it has the PS by 2 port. So it has that for overclockers. Now it has an empty space there. So they could have put a second LAN, because it looks like this motherboard only has 5 gig LAN. So they could have included 10 gig or 2.5 or something. They could have included another LAN port, or they could have included 2 more USB. So, or a USB-C. I don't know. They could have put something there. I just don't like it when they charge so much money for a motherboard, and then there's like empty space on the back of the motherboard. You know what I mean? Like why? You're gonna charge $750 for this motherboard and have empty space on the back. Like, why? You know, that's kind of like, I don't know. Anyway, so that's the Apex, and then that's the Hero. The Hero, unfortunately, does not include the active cooling for the RAM. That is a missed opportunity. But ASUS, again, this is a product from last year, so they can't really do anything. Unless they were to release the Dark Hero. So sometimes ASUS does a revision in the form of the Dark Hero. If they were to introduce a Dark Hero, I'm pretty sure the Dark Hero would probably have the 2 more USB ports, and it would also have the active RAM cooling, because that would be the way to refresh the Hero. And then finally, the last ASUS motherboard that I'm going to cover is the $500 motherboard, so the ROG Strix E-E. This one is actually not bad. This is probably one of the best choices for $500 for a motherboard. This one has better heat sinks than the $700 Hero. The $700 Hero does not have very good heat sinks for the M.2. Trust me, I know. But the Strix has much better ones. They're individualized. The Gen 5 one at the top has a heat pipe, whereas this one is Gen 5. It does not have a heat pipe. So the $500 Strix-E actually has better SSD cooling than the $700 Hero. So postcode debug, all that stuff. Quick disconnect for this M.2, and I believe maybe this other one, but this other one here is not. Then they have screws for that one. It does have the Q latch disconnect for the GPUs, I believe. I don't know if it has nitro path, because this is not a crosshair. This is a Strix. So, and I should have said this earlier. So crosshair is the true enthusiast grade stuff. Crosshair is like the MEG. The MEG from MSI is equivalent to the ROG crosshair. So the true enthusiast power user overclocker, the ultra echelon top of the line boards from ASUS have that name crosshair. Just because something says ROG doesn't mean it is the best of the best. It must say crosshair to indicate that it is the upper echelon, like first class passenger for ASUS. This is like the grade A first class customer, roll out the red carpet, everything, the full enchilada. That's the crosshair brand. So if you have an ROG, if it is not crosshair, it is not first class. If it says Strix, this is the gamer class. This is more of like the mainstream. This is the regular, everyday people. This is not the enthusiast motherboard. This is meant for the gamers. So this is $500. Strix is not going to have the full implementation for overclockers. It's not going to have any of the dip switches. It's not going to have the voltage checkpoints. It's not going to have things like that. So it's not designed to be put under LN2 or liquid, dry ice, chiller, that kind of thing. That's going to be the crosshairs. So this one is more for practical, everyday gamers. And this is the $500 solution, which means this is probably the upper maximum spend that a gamer would be considering if they are in the market for a motherboard. Now, if you're someone who's looking for the $300 price point from ASUS, you're going to be utterly disappointed because ASUS, I don't really recommend ASUS for the more value-centric motherboards because they tend to leave out a lot of things, even though they tell you they standardize on certain... Yes, they standardize on components, but they don't standardize on features, which I believe should be included. So, for example, if you buy a TUF from ASUS, you're not going to get a postcode debug unless they have a new revision that includes one. So you're gonna be in the dark trying to troubleshoot, like, why is my computer not booting? Like, if that ever happens to you, you're gonna have no idea what's going on because you don't have an error code to read. That is the reason why I don't recommend TUF. I don't recommend the Strix motherboards that are lower than the Dash E. So, which basically says that if you're interested in buying an ASUS motherboard, you better have a lot of money because it kind of starts at $500 or maybe around $400. Anything underneath $400, you're much better off choosing a different motherboard brand, meaning go MSI, Gigabyte, or ASRock. Those three offer much better value, much better feature set at the $300 or lower price point. So, I'm not saying ASUS is bad at $300. I'm just saying that ASUS is not including things that you get with the other brands at the lower price points. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's why we're not going to even bother looking at any of ASUS's lower end motherboards. This is as low end as it's going to get. $500. That's kind of the starting point for ASUS, and it goes up from there. So that doesn't mean that ASUS is the best brand. That just means that ASUS is not a very good choice for people who don't want to spend $500 on a motherboard. Okay, so now let's talk about Gigabyte. We'll do Gigabyte as number 3, and then we're going to do ASRock last. So, Gigabyte, their flagship tops out around $800 or $700 to $800 with the Aorus Extreme AI top. So this is their flagship board. It has RGB on the Wi-Fi 7 fan. You can see right there. So let's go ahead and look at the gallery. So this motherboard is EATX. You can tell by looking at it that it's immediately an EATX board. I immediately look at the screw hole above the RAM, and I look, does the motherboard end or does it extend? And here it extends, which means this is EATX. This is not a standard ATX. So if you don't have a case that supports EATX motherboards, don't get this motherboard unless you want to buy a new computer case. That's also true for the Extreme and the Godlike. The AI top, the Extreme, the Crosshair Extreme, and the Godlike are all EATX boards. So this one has probably what I consider the fanciest and the best M.2 cooling. This SSD cooler, this heatsink, is so good at cooling Gen 5, like a Crucial T705, a Crucial T700, the Samsung 9100 Pro, all those super fast, blazing fast SSDs, what ASRock calls the blazing M.2, which is Gen 5 M.2. This one has the best heatsink. This is the absolute best heatsink for cooling Gen 5 SSDs. So if you're serious about Gen 5 SSDs, Gigabyte is a solid choice. It has the best Gen 5 cooling that I have tested out of all the brands. ASUS is the worst. Well, no, technically MSI is the worst. ASUS, well, MSI and ASUS are very, very similar. ASRock is slightly better, and Gigabyte is way better. The difference is at least 15 degrees Celsius in favor of Gigabyte. in terms of how good they cool Gen 5 SSDs under full load with passive cooling, because they did the heatsink surface area properly on this. And what's also nice about it is it has RGB. It has this glass surface on top with RGB. I don't know how they pulled that off and still managed to get the best temperatures, but they have the best temperatures. You can tell comparing to MSI. MSI, the Godlike, this is flat. This heatsink, now it's big, but it's not thick. It has lateral surface area, but it does not have a lot of finned surface area. So not good for Gen 5 cooling. ASUS. Now, the Extreme I have not tested, but this one has a thick heat pipe. So the ASUS Extreme, I assume, does a lot better at cooling Gen 5 M.2s. That is also true. Maybe it's true for the Apex, because the Apex looks like it has the finned heatsink here. But I can tell you guys, from my own personal experience, the ROG Crosshair Extreme is god-awful terrible at cooling Gen 5 heatsinks. It's a big chunk of metal without a lot of surface area. So not a very good design. Where Gigabyte went and did it properly with a super thick, really large thermal pad, industrial grade or commercial grade thermal pad underneath here, and it's double-sided, so it covers the bottom also, although ASUS does cover the bottom, but it's very, very small. And yeah, this thing, I mean, I can show you. Well, I have to take it apart. Maybe I'll do. I don't have a screwdriver with me, but anyway, we've shown it on videos. So I've got video showing the heatsink on the Gigabyte, and it is very good. The heatsink doesn't support RGB. Well, how come it shows it right here though? Oh, maybe you just can't adjust it. It just does this thing all the time? Why does it look like it... Why does that look like that's lighting up? So, yeah, this is their highest end board. Oh, it's holographic. Oh, okay, okay. Well, you know what? That explains why it's able to cool real well, though. Because they don't have any electronics running through here. So, okay, so that actually makes a lot more sense now. Because I was always wondering, like, man, how are they doing RGB and this thing cools so well? Because they're wasting all that surface area. It's holographic. Okay, yeah, that's good. So this is legit cool. The other thing, it has HDMI. It has an HDMI port built in. Gigabyte is the only vendor doing internal HDMI. They're doing internal HDMI. So if you're gonna put a tiny little screen inside your computer case or whatever, or you're gonna run like diagnostic, you're gonna hook this up to a test bench, you're gonna be doing some LN2 overclocking or whatever, you can use a display out off of the HDMI. Although I question like how often people would actually use this internal HDMI. The nice thing is the back still includes another HDMI. So you get an HDMI inside, you get an HDMI outside. You have your dual USB 4, which both of them support DisplayPort alt mode. So again, you can drive monitors via DisplayPort off of these USB 4 ports. So you can do triple monitors. You can do triple 4K monitors off of the internal graphics using the AI top. The most insane thing about this, though, which I kind of think is a little bit overkill, but they're saying it's for AI, and maybe that's the reason why it's like this. They have dual 10 gig. This motherboard is the only motherboard, the only consumer motherboard that offers dual 10 gig Marvell network interface cards built in. So dual 10 gig. You also get the Wi-Fi with their new special connector. Optical audio, standard analog audio, 3.5 inch, and then you have 2, 4, 6, 8. So you have 8 USB, although these right here, I don't know what, these are black with the red inside. I don't know what that means. It says USB with the plus symbol, so maybe these are standard USB 3.0 5 gig or something, or maybe I don't know. But anyway, you have 8 Type A, which is what I'm looking for, because my biggest complaint with the Crosshair Hero was 6 Type A when they could have easily put 8. I feel like 8 is kind of the standard that I expect to see, especially when these motherboards cost the amount of money that they cost. So, a little bit of empty space here, so I'm a little bit disappointed here because they could have put 2 more 10 gig USB Type-C, or maybe 20 gig. I don't know about 20 gig, but they could have put more USB-C. ASUS would probably counter-argue saying, hey, we don't have 8 Type-A, but we've got 2 more Type-C, whereas Gigabyte only has 2 USB 4. At least it's USB 4. Well, it has USB 4, but they don't have any USB Type-C aside from the USB 4. So that is a little bit disappointing, but they're kind of making up for it by giving you dual 10 gig. So, dual 10 gig. And then you have the flashback and the clear CMOS up at the top there. So overall, I mean, I can't really complain about the I/O too much. It would have been nice to see 2 more Type-C, especially when you look at something like the Godlike. Look at how many USB-C this is offering. And it also has the 10 gig. I know Gigabyte's dual 10 gig, but still. I mean, I don't like to see empty space on the I/O panel when the motherboard costs $700 or $800, depending on where you are. To me, that's really not a good look. I don't know if this is holographic or Wi-Fi. Is that a holographic antenna or is it RGB on the Wi-Fi antenna here? I don't know. And then they've got this styling right here. So overall, it's not bad. It's a good motherboard. It's a quality motherboard from Gigabyte. It has the ability to do dual Gen 5 graphics cards at X8 speed, which is becoming more and more important in this day and age. It tells you right here, one PCIe X16 running at X16. The second one runs at X8, and when this one runs at X8, the top one will also run at X8. It even says right here, PCIe X8 shares bandwidth with PCIe X16. When the second one is populated, the first one will operate at X8. So that's your typical dual Gen 5 X8 GPU for AI. That used to be, instead of saying AI, this used to be your dual SLI or your dual Crossfire X graphics cards. Now we don't say that. Instead we say AI. And then now you have, it says here, these can only support a graphics card or an NVMe. That's pretty standard. If only one graphics card is installed, be sure to install it in the top slot. The reason why they tell you this is because they want you to get full 16 lanes. They don't want you to get 8 lanes and wonder why, when you look in GPU-Z, why are you only getting half of the lanes? Well, because you chose the second slot for your graphics card for some reason. Anyway, that's why they put that there. And then the bottom slot is an X4 running at X2. Now, the bottom slot could have been X4, but it shares bandwidth. So it tells you right here, the bottom PCIe slot shares bandwidth with the fourth M.2. The PCIe X2 becomes unavailable when a device is installed in the M.2E_SB. So there is some kind of pick and choose here, which I don't like, meaning you can't run the two at the same time. MSI works around this using a hub, some kind of PCIe PLX hub, which shares the bandwidth. It knows how to like bifurcate the lanes. Gigabyte's not doing anything like that. Gigabyte's basically avoiding what could turn into compatibility issues. I've experienced a lot of compatibility issues with the MSI, trying to work with different peripherals throughout the year on the Godlike. So Gigabyte is basically saying, no, you can't do two at the same time. That's too complicated. We don't want you opening up support tickets complaining. So you choose. You either run your you don't need 10 gig LAN. So I don't even know what you would use this for. I guess you could, I don't know, you could run a sound card in here. Technically, this is perfect for a 10 gigabit network interface, or dual 10 gig network cards could also go in here. So, but you already have dual 10 gig on the back, so it's kind of weird. So, but the thing to note is that this M.2 only is 2 lanes. This M.2 will never be 4 lanes. So, and this is Gen 4 X2, not Gen 5 X2, it's Gen 4 X2 off of the chipset. So there are a few caveats with this motherboard to be aware of, but overall, this is Gigabyte's highest end offering. It has the backplate. If you want a backplate from Gigabyte, unfortunately, now they require that you spend $700 to get, or more, $800, whatever, for a motherboard that has a backplate. It used to be you could spend $500 and get the Aorus Master, which included a backplate. But however, with this new generation of motherboards, now the new Aorus Master does not include a backplate. So Gigabyte is basically following ASUS and MSI. Because I can tell you, my Aorus Master, so the X670E Aorus Master, does have a backplate. The newer X870E does not have a backplate. And the old one was EATX. The new one is standard ATX. Notice how the screw hole is here, and then it immediately ends, indicating this is ATX. So standard ATX. So the Aorus Master is their $500 product. It includes memory cooling. So it is a more cost-effective way to get memory cooling. Now, they giveth and they taketh. So they giveth you memory cooling, they taketh the backplate from you. But that is a nice addition, though. Now on the back, they got lots of USB Type A, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. They have 10 USB Type A. I personally would have preferred to have 2 more USB-C instead of these 2.0 ports here, but whatever. I mean, 10 USB Type A is good, but I feel like 8 USB Type A and 4 USB-C, 2 10 gig USB-C and 2 40 gig USB 4, which is what these are with the DisplayPort. So this is kind of a more standard look. So it really depends on like how many peripherals do you connect that are still using USB Type A versus USB Type C. That is something to note. But my thing with Gigabyte is like, yeah, I feel like they're giving you a lot of USB A, but I think as time goes by, USB C is becoming more and more valuable, and USB A is becoming less valuable. If you have a 10 gig switch, or if you want to connect the 2 PCs directly together. But you can see, guys, look at that heatsink, though. Look at how tall that Gen 5 heatsink is, and look at how much surface area it has. That has so much surface area. Gigabyte, the one thing Gigabyte does better than everyone else, Gen 5 SSD cooling, passive cooling. They're the best one in the business when it comes to that. I like that they include that memory cooler, though. The memory fan's really good. These memory fans are something that I think these are going to start becoming more and more relevant, especially if you want to run DDR5 at like 8,000. Yeah, 10 gig switches are very expensive. So the Aorus Master, a lot of people say that the new Aorus Master is a downgrade from the old Aorus Master because you're going from EATX with a backplate down to ATX with no backplate. And it's like the only thing that you're gaining is the USB 4 versus the USB-C. I mean, this is their $500 motherboard, so it has all the stuff you expect, like good Gen 5 cooling. I like that it has the PCIe slot layout the way it is. However, the biggest Achilles heel for Gigabyte this generation, for basically the master and everything underneath the master, all of their motherboards top out at like 2 M.2 drives before you start sharing lanes with the graphics card. The only exception is the Extreme AI Top. The Extreme AI Top is the only one that allows you to run all of the M.2 drives with no worrying about taking lanes from the graphics card. So this is the only one that has no lane sharing from Gigabyte's lineup. The master and everything underneath it, so from $500 all the way down the stack, has tons of GPU lane sharing. You can do 2 M.2s. As soon as you put the third M.2 in, you drop your GPU down to X8. That is true for the master. That is not true for the old master, so the one that I have doesn't have that problem. But this does not do what MSI did. They didn't do the PLX hub or whatever MSI does to share the lanes with the USB 4 controller and the Gen 5 lanes. So Gigabyte's not doing that because they're trying to avoid people opening up support tickets with compatibility issues. I assume that's what the reason is. Or I guess they want to reduce the complexity because MSI went for high complexity. The Godlike is the most complicated motherboard that MSI has ever built in their entire company history. And the Tomahawk leverages a lot of that DNA. The Tomahawk inherits a lot of the functionality that the Godlike pioneered. The Carbon does not follow that philosophy. This goes with a more traditional approach, similar to the Gigabyte motherboards. But the Gigabyte motherboards, they're like, well, the cool thing is that they're all offering like 3 Gen 5 SSDs, but the reality is 2 of them share lanes with the GPU, only the top one does not. And then the other 2, or the other M.2, is off of the chipset, and that's Gen 4. And that's typically how all of them, the Master and the Elite, which we also have on here, the Elite is the same way. They all share the bandwidth with the graphics card when it comes to a lot of the M.2s. This is what I call the live streamer, the Twitch streamer motherboard. The Gigabyte Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7. Why do I say it's the live streamer motherboard? Because of the slot layout. They did X16, so you can put a giant GPU in here, and then you still have access to your second and third PCIe slots at the bottom. And the nice thing about these PCIe slots, they are dedicated X4 PCIe slots. So Gigabyte is still embracing that X4 PCIe functionality. Where a lot of these other guys, you look at ASUS, they're like, nah, we're going to give you slim SAS, so you got to pay more money for some weird enterprise adapter and cables and things. Or they're just charging an arm and a leg, like the Godlike, to give you that X4, but they're doing the GPU lane X8 up here. Gigabyte's like, no, we're not going to give you the second graphics card. You're not supposed to run graphics cards in the second and third slot. What are you supposed to put in these? You're supposed to either do M.2 drives, 10 gigabit network cards, or what the streamer would use, PCIe capture cards. PCIe capture cards need 4 PCIe lanes. Both of these slots are 4 PCIe lanes. So why do I say this is the live streamer motherboard? Because look, if you're a variety streamer and you're going to stream games when they're brand new, for example, Ghosts of Yotei. You got to stream Ghosts of Yotei on Twitch. How are you going to do that? You're going to need a PlayStation 5 because it's not on PC. Same deal with Death Stranding 2. If you're going to stream those games, you need a 4K capture card. Guess what? you need to plug the capture card into one of these two slots because it requires 4 lanes of PCIe. Oh, you want to stream Nintendo Switch. You want to stream Switch 2, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Okay, you need to plug the Switch 2 docking station into a 4K capture card. That can go in the second slot. So you can run dual 4K capture cards. So you can run any combination of the consoles. You can do Xbox on one. You can do PS5 on the other. Or if you don't do Xbox, you can do PS5 on one. You could do Nintendo on the other. Or any combination. Gigabyte gives you dual X4 for that reason, making it a very versatile choice for live streaming slash live content creation. Not content creator post-production. I'm not talking about Photoshop, DaVinci Resolve. I'm not talking about post-production or video content. I'm talking about live stream, real-time content like what I'm doing right now. This motherboard is a very good choice, and even the $300 Elite is also a very good choice for that specific use case. So if someone comes to me and they're like, oh, I need advice building a computer for Twitch streaming, I'm going to recommend Gigabyte. I'm going to go to Aorus. That's like my default answer, assuming that they're going to need capture cards, internal capture cards. Now the thing is, not to downplay Gigabyte's offering of dual X4s, because I think dual X4s is a very unique solution here, because they're the only ones offering this, meaning you can run dual capture cards and the big fat 5090 GPU. And guess what? All of them have their dedicated lanes. No lane sharing across the PCIe slots. Now, I didn't talk about storage. That's a whole different story. But for live streaming, this is a very good board. Now, what about USB 4? USB 4 can be used to plug in external 4K capture cards because USB 4 is 40 gigabit over 4 lanes of Gen 4 bandwidth. So these effectively have the same bandwidth that one of these slots have. That's the reason why it's a little bit less relevant in today's age where you have USB 4 available, so you don't have to go with internal capture cards. You can just plug external capture cards into USB 4, and they're going to have the same low latency as the internal capture card, assuming you're using an actual USB 4 capture card, not a USB-C capture card. It must be a Thunderbolt or USB 4 40 gigabit capture card. That is the only type of external capture card that will match the low latency of an internal PCIe capture card. But see, these are kind of like trade secret knowledge here that I'm giving away for free here. Basically talking about this stuff. So anyway, that's it for the Aorus Elite. It's a relatively good motherboard for live stream content creation. The entire Aorus lineup, from the Master down, from the Pro, the Elite, the Ice version of that, basically all of it. So that's Gigabyte's lineup. Last but not least, ASRock. So ASRock has not changed their lineup. They're supposedly introduced the 2DIMM OCF. So they have the Taichi OCF. This is basically like the Apex or the Unify or the Tachyon. Oh, we didn't talk about the Tachyon from Gigabyte, but Gigabyte's overclocker board is the Tachyon. ASRock has the OCF. This is their new motherboard for this year. But the rest are basically carryovers from last year. So they have their $500, it's actually $450 Taichi. This is their highest end flagship motherboard for standard users, meaning 4DIMM motherboards. And then what they're doing is this EATX. As you can see, it's EATX. And the blazing M.2 goes to the right of the RAM. So they have an M.2 that goes here next to the RAM, and they have another one that goes right above the GPU. They have a latch mechanism, a pull mechanism, that has a spring-loaded lever here that will detach the GPU. So they have their own implementation for the GPU quick disconnect. And that is standard on the Taichi. That is also available on the $350 Phantom Gaming Nova Wi-Fi, which is also a really good value motherboard. This motherboard was basically the best value motherboard winner from last year. And there is better competition this year with motherboards from the other vendors. However, the Nova is still such a good value if you're building a gaming PC. This is extremely good. So Taichi is for the users that need that dual AI GPU setup. So it has the Gen 5 at the top, and the second one down here is also Gen 5. So as soon as you populate the second M.2 on the Taichi, your top slot drops to X8 speed. So you have dual X8 Gen 5 capability on the Taichi. So that's the reason why this one is considered the flagship. It also has 6 SATA ports. That is a rarity in 2025. Now with NVMe and people not really wanting to run traditional hard drives in their desktop computers anymore, we're starting to see SATA technology slowly taper off and slowly phase out. It'll most likely phase out in the next 2 generations of mainstream desktop computer hardware, but it will persist in the enterprise market and the server world for a relatively long time. But I don't see it as being as useful anymore with new like SFF and U.3 and all that stuff in the data center world, and MCIO and Slim SAS and those sort of things. There's a lot of different interfaces that the average user building a gaming computer doesn't have any exposure to. But in the enterprise space, SATA is going to probably be around for a while longer. But I think the mainstream users, it'll slowly die off. So we'll see it drop from, like right now, the standard is 4 SATA. Soon it'll become probably 2 SATA, and then it'll be gone completely. But ASRock's still offering 6 SATA on here, on the Taichi. So that's a rarity on this motherboard. If we look at the gallery here, so just to kind of look at it, you can see the screw hole here indicating that is EATX with the postcode debug, and the power and reset button right there. There's that easy release. 6 SATA. They're not doing right-angled connectors on the power connectors, although they are doing right angle for SATA, which is pretty standard. I think like this has been a standard design for many, many years now. On the back, so just like Gigabyte, they're only doing the dual USB 4, but they're giving you a whole bunch of USB Type A. So it looks like 10 USB Type A, as well as 5 gigabit networking, Wi-Fi 7, clear CMOS, BIOS flashback, HDMI. They have a kind of a mix of USB Type A. So they've got 10 gig, 5 gig, the old 2.0 for some reason, and then they've got like these, I guess these are like capable of powering or charging devices when the PC is in S3 or S4. So things like that. SPDIO, and a single 5 gig LAN. So it would have been nice if they included a 2.5 gig LAN. I don't expect them to do 10 gig unless they really want to go above and beyond on a $450 motherboard. But considering their competitors don't typically do that, I feel like they're just kind of in line with the competition there. Let me see. Why is there... Oh. Wait, how big is this? Okay, there we go. That's like way too big. So there it is from a different angle. Like I said, the Taichi is... It's actually undercutting the competition. The equivalent in terms of price point is the ASUS Strix-E or the Carbon Wi-Fi. And even then, those motherboards are slightly... They're like $50 more than this motherboard. So this motherboard is offering slightly better value Although it depends on how you define value, because the Strix is giving you stuff like base clock overclocking. I think the Taichi does give you base clock overclocking, though. I think we looked at that last year. But this is the only motherboard, unless the OCF, most likely the OCF also includes the external clock generators. But I think the Taichi has that, and so does the OCF, because the OCF is a variant of the Taichi. So think of Taichi as kind of like their top-end brand. And then Phantom Gaming is right underneath that. So the Nova is a lower-end motherboard. This is actually their $350 class product. So this is more akin to like a Tomahawk from MSI, or a Tough from ASUS, or one of the lower-end Strix models from ASUS. However, the Nova is offering just way too much value compared to the ASUS $300, $350 boards, as well as the Gigabyte 300 and the Tomahawk actually is the best rival to this motherboard in terms of value. And Gigabyte does have the Aorus Elite, but the Aorus Elite has those negative aspects that I talked about earlier, where you can only do like, what, 2 M.2 drives, and then you have lane sharing. Here, the Nova can do 5 M.2 drives. Yes, 5 M.2 drives. They have 5 physical M.2 drives in a $350 motherboard. This is the only motherboard in that price class that offers 5 M.2 drives without you having to spend $500 or more. It also has a dedicated X1 slot. If you wanted to add a sound card, like a PCIe DAC sound card, for example, you can plug that into this X1, so it's perfect for that. And then it also has an X2 slot at the bottom. The X2 slot, you might be wondering, well, what is the X2 slot actually useful for? Well, 10 gigabit LAN. 10 gigabit LAN is the perfect thing to plug in to an X2 Gen 3 slot at the bottom. So even though this motherboard doesn't include 10 gigabit LAN, it has 5 gig LAN like the Taichi, you can easily add 10 gig LAN right here on this bottom slot. So very, very nice. One thing I will point out though, is if you want to run something like a 10 gig LAN card in the bottom slot, you cannot use the 5th M.2. The 5th M.2 and the bottom PCIe slot share their lanes, so it's one or the other, either a 5th M.2 or some kind of X2 PCIe peripheral. You have to pick and choose. That's like the one thing. But hey, $350, up to 5 M.2s, no GPU lane sharing. The GPU is always 16 lanes, no matter what. I can fill this thing up with 5 SSDs and my GPU is still 16 lanes. I can run a 10 gigabit LAN card, max out all the M.2, put a sound card in there on top of that, max out all the SATA, and my GPU is still 16 lanes. So this is still really, really good value. And guess what? $350, backplate. You don't have to pay $700 to get a backplate to protect your motherboard and reinforce it from flexing over the years due to things like heavy air coolers and heavy GPUs and things like that. So $350, backplate included, tons of M.2, 5 M.2. There's a reason why this one wins, guys, in terms of the value. It's, if you don't understand how to recognize value, I don't know what to tell you. Postcode debug right there. You can easily run 192 gigs of memory at DDR5 6000. We've done a video on that in the past. I might do another one because that video is kind of old now. But yeah. And there are people who keep on bringing up like, oh, well, wasn't ASRock like burning CPUs? Guys, that I've already addressed this multiple times. That is either a user error problem, or that is a problem with like a really old BIOS, or the user is manually setting some kind of VSOC that they're not supposed to be using. For example, they should not be setting 1.3 VSOC. That is the only way you could end up with a burnt CPU. I myself have the ASRock Nova. I have had it for a very long time now. And guess what CPU I have with it? 9800X3D. And guess what? I've never had a problem. Now, obviously, I'm just one person. I am a sample size of one, but I don't have the problem. All the people that I know that also have the Nova, who also have the 9800X3D or any of the AMD AM5 CPUs in their Nova, no problems. Meaning, I don't know anyone personally that has a Nova that has experienced any issue with this quote-unquote ASRock killing CPU problem. I've never had a problem. I've been running the 9800X3D with this motherboard literally all year long, and I've never had the problem. So, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, personally, my point of view is that it's user error. Oftentimes, it's user error. Gamers Nexus did like multiple videos on this. Gamers Nexus took an ASRock motherboard and they tried to duplicate the problem. It took them like 4 to 5 weeks of testing. And guess what? It was inconclusive. They could never duplicate the problem. Gamers Nexus could not duplicate the problem. So what more do you want? They couldn't find the problem. I have never experienced the problem. All the people that I know that have the Nova have never experienced the problem. So, from my point of view, there is no issue. There is no issue. Maybe there was some problem with the user setting a certain XMP profile, and that pushed a VSOC of 1.3 on an early BIOS, and they didn't know any better, and it eventually burnt up the CPU because, like I said, never run your VSOC at 1.3 volts. You're asking for trouble. If you do that, eventually it will probably burn out. So, that might have been the only thing that was causing the problem. And when we think about this more in depth, back in 2023, ASUS had a similar problem. And you know what the root cause was? VSOC. VSOC at 1.3 or 1.35. That's what was killing the CPUs on the ASUS boards back in 2023. AMD released a mandate that every BIOS needs to be updated to cap VSOC at no higher than 1.3. And like I said back in 2022, when the Zen 4 CPUs launched, I said, do not run VSOC above 1.2 volts. Later on, with ASUS, maybe we need to open up Paint for this, because now I need to track it better. Okay, Paint time, guys. Let's talk about this, the CPU burning issue. Let's talk about this. We're going to address this. We're going to address this up front because people keep on leaving comments like, what about the ASRock motherboards? What about the... Blind leading the blind. That's what that is. Okay, or it's people who have no idea what they're talking about. Okay, so here we go. The quote-unquote CPU burning issue. Okay, we're going to address this. So, initial issues with ASUS motherboards. It was April, May 2023. April, May 2023. Look how far back this is. April, May 2023. Initial issues with ASUS motherboards killing Zen 4 CPUs. You guys remember this? Root cause. VSOC greater than 1.3 volts. That was the root cause. Gamers Nexus was able to confirm that. I literally said that in the initial story when we covered this. I said no one should be running VSOC above 1.3 because people were running... Typically, people were running 1.35 volts on VSOC. People running 1.35 volts VSOC, and guess what? The CPUs will blow up. Okay? So what happened? Solution was to cap VSOC at 1.3 volts, meaning you can't, the BIOS would not let you manually set a value greater than 1.3 volts. That was via BIOS update. That was the solution. That was implemented very fast. It was like in May or June. Like, it was like, I think late May. It's what, 2.5 years ago now? That issue was resolved within a month. That was the initial story. So, we fast forward now to, when did this ASRock thing start happening? I think it was like at the beginning of this year. So, early 2025. Reports of users with ASRock motherboards again killing Zen 5 CPUs. This time it's now Zen 5 CPUs. Why is it not Zen 4 CPUs? So now it's the same problem. Root cause VSOC is equal to 1.3 volts for extended periods of time, causing degradation, i.e. death of the CPU, burning marks on the CPU. So again, it is a VSOC problem. So, let's think about the Gamers Nexus video for a second. So Steve showed all the results. He showed all of his test results. He showed his entire team tested it for like 3.5 weeks. They ran it through all the tests. They had the oscilloscopes going. They were probing it. They were testing auto mode. They were testing the manual voltage set by the Expo or XMP profile. Guess what? They never ran into the problem. You know why? Because they had the VSOC equal to 1.2 volts. That's why Gamers Nexus never saw the problem, because they're running the VSOC well within spec. That's why they wasted. I'm not saying they wasted. I'm saying that they tested in vain for almost 4 weeks and never saw the problem, because they're running VSOC within spec. So they're never going to see the problem. So end of story. So the problem is a VSOC issue. Now, possibly ASRock may have had some earlier BIOS, although you saw Gamers Nexus, they tried the old BIOS, they tried the new BIOS, they did a test on both. In all test cases, they were running 1.2 volt VSOC. And yeah, like Safi's saying, newsflash, when you run the parameters within spec, you're not going to find a problem. And that's why Gamers Nexus couldn't find the problem, because they were not running the CPU out of spec. End of story. So, going back to this whole question about, oh, is there an issue with ASRock motherboards? No. Maybe there was once upon a time with an old BIOS and certain DDR5 memory kits. Now, here's the thing about DDR5 memory kits. DDR5, XMP, and Expo profiles can dictate the VSOC values for ASRock motherboards. This is something that no one talks about. Well, I shouldn't say ASRock motherboards. It's for all motherboards. Yeah, it's for all motherboards. So if you load an XMP profile or an Expo profile, depending on your kit of RAM, sometimes, especially the older ones, sometimes the older DDR5 kits will tell the motherboard to set VSOC to max, i.e. 1.3 volts. I have witnessed this myself with the Godlike. I have seen certain memory configurations, try to, as soon as I load the XMP or the Expo, I see the Godlike specify 1.3 volt VSOC, and as soon as I see that, I'm like, nope, that's not about to happen. And I manually override this down to 1.2. But because I have this knowledge, I'll never experience the problem. Because if I see the motherboard trying to do what the Expo or XMP profile is saying, hey, XMP is saying I need to set VSOC to 1.3. If I see that, when I load the XMP, I'm going to be like, nope, you're not doing that. I'm going to manually override that and set to 1.2. Therefore, I will completely bypass any sort of potential problem. But not everybody knows how to do that. And nor should everyone know that they need to do that. That's the whole argument against the whole issue that surrounds this whole problem with CPUs exploding. Yeah, AMD's not actively involved. Do you know why? And AMD doesn't... Technically, AMD doesn't have to be involved because you guys do realize that AMD specifies official speeds, right? AMD and Intel are going to specify official speeds, official maximum speeds that they certify as standard operation. Expo and XMP do not fall into that standard operation. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that. I mean, and I don't know, there's some kind of disconnect there with this whole industry of the PC DIY space where people don't fully understand that XMP and Expo are non-standard runtime configurations for their hardware. AMD, nowhere on AMD's site do they mention like Expo as an official supported configuration. Same deal with Intel. Nowhere does Intel state that XMP is a fully supported standard configuration that they sign off on. Neither one of them do that. Do you guys know what AMD's official specification is for Zen 5? Do you know what the maximum speed? AMD's official max supported DDR5 speed for Zen 5 CPUs. Who here can tell me what it is? What is the maximum speed, guys? What is the maximum speed on Zen 5? Max supported speed for Zen 5 CPUs. What is it? Tell me the number. Give me the number. DDR5 what? Who here is a real... Mark got it. 5600. 5600 for 2 sticks of memory. 2 sticks of memory. What about 4 sticks? What is the supported speed for 4 sticks of memory? What's the other number? Is it a trick question? It's not 6,000. That's incorrect. 4,800 is incorrect. 6,000 is not the correct answer. 5,600 is the correct answer for 2 sticks. 4,800, wrong. Wrong. Mark got it, man. Mark is on the roll. Mark is on a roll. Congratulations to Mark. He got both of them right. 5,600 for 2 sticks, 3,600 for 4 sticks. Those are the correct speeds. Those are the AMD speeds. All right, what about Zen 4? Zen 4. CPU memory official max speeds. DDR5 what? For 2? DDR5, what for 4? All right, so what is the 2 sticks? Remember, Zen 4 is Ryzen 7000. This is Ryzen 9000. You got one of them right. Predator got one of them right. So hold on, guys. Somebody answered one of them, but you didn't tell me which one. Which one is 2 sticks? Let's do 2 sticks first. What is the official max speed for a 7800X3D? And people are just rolling numbers out. Like, what is... Mark is saying 32, 4 sticks, 48, 2. That's not correct. Okay, when you put the answer, can you tell me for 2 sticks? Like, which one is 2 sticks, guys? We're answering 2 sticks. Don't answer 4 sticks. You got it. 5200 is the correct answer. 5200 is the correct answer. For 2 sticks. 5200 is the maximum official speed. What about 4 sticks? I don't know how to say that name. CSCH mid 44 has the correct answer. Is for 2 sticks. ChatGPT is probably going to be wrong. People are probably asking ChatGPT and it's coming up at like 6,000 or 4. All these people saying 4,800, man. All these 4,800 JDEC numbers. What is that? ChatGPT telling you 4,800? Oh, wow. ChatGPT's actually wrong. Why am I not surprised? Come on, guys. No one's... Okay, somebody said it, but they didn't declare whether it was 2 sticks or 4 sticks. The answer is already in the chat. But you have to tell me which, like... You gotta tell me for 4 sticks. Your number for 4 sticks. Man, either we have a lot of new viewers or we have a lot of people who never watch my memory videos. Because I've literally given these answers in like almost every one of my memory videos. Predator is wrong. Nope, that's not right. It's not right. It's close, but it's not right. I mean, you're on the right train of thinking, but I don't know. No one has said the correct answer. Actually, somebody said the correct answer. 3,200 is incorrect. Wrong. Wrong. Mark, you're wrong again. You guys are wrong. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the answer now because no one's getting this one apparently. Apparently, everybody forgot what 4 sticks on a 7800X3D is maximum speed. The correct answer is 3,600. Yes, it is exactly the same as Zen 5. 3,600 is the correct answer. So, Ryzen 7000, if you're doing 4 sticks, AMD says 3,600. And if you're doing 2 sticks, AMD says 5,200. If you have a Zen 5, a Ryzen 9 9950X, or a 9950X3D or a 9800X3D, if you have these, AMD says if you want to run 4 sticks, 3,600, exact same maximum as Zen 4. There was no change in the official number going from Zen 4 to Zen 5. What did change was 2 sticks. 2 sticks went from 52 to 56. Now, do we want to do Intel's numbers? Intel's numbers are even more confusing because unlike AMD, Intel differentiates from a board like the Apex that only has 2 DIMMs, physically only has 2 DIMMs, versus a motherboard like the Hero that has 4 DIMMs, but if you're only going to run 2 DIMMs on a 4 DIMM board versus 2 DIMMs on a 2 DIMM board, Intel has different speeds for those type of configurations. And I'll tell you right now, Intel speeds are not that fast. Intel speeds are actually worse than AMD's, except for the dual rank, which is basically the same number, 3600. So, guys, there's a reason why there are no videos on the internet showing like high speed on Intel with like 4 sticks of memory. There's a reason why. There's a reason why the only videos on the internet that have 4 sticks running at speeds like 6,000 are all AMD Ryzen videos. There's like no Intel videos because the Intel CPUs can't do it. Definitely Raptor Lake 13, 14, 12, none of those can do it. None of them. They're hot garbage when it comes to running 4 sticks of memory. Now, Arrow Lake is actually a lot better, but Arrow Lake can use QDIMM, which is how they're able to do that. But anyway, yeah, it's like if we want to do Intel, everyone's going to get all the answers wrong because the Intel numbers are completely different. Like if on the Apex the numbers are different, on the Hero the numbers are different. Like the only like blanket answer that someone would be correct is if they said Intel max speed is 36 on 4. Then they're correct because Intel and AMD are exactly the same when it comes to 4 sticks. Both AMD and Intel officially only support 3600 DDR5. When you run 4 sticks of memory, it doesn't matter like what you're doing. As soon as you put 4 sticks of memory in, both of them are like 3600 max. That's all you get. Anything over that is considered overclocking. So meaning if you go to AMD and you're like, hey, I bought this CPU, but I think I need to RMA it because I can't get my RAM running at like 6,000 or whatever. You know what AMD's going to refuse the RMA. They're going to close the case and refuse the RMA. And they're going to point out, hey man, you're running out of spec. Official support, if you're on a 9800 X3D, is 5600. Anything over that, not guaranteed. Close the case. Goodbye. That's what they're responsible to be. Intel, same deal. If you try to run 6400, 6000 on Intel, and they're like, what are you doing again? Oh, you're trying to run 6400? Close the case. Goodbye. I don't want to talk to you because the maximum supported speed is 5600 on 2 sticks of RAM from Intel. So that's exactly how they'll deal with it. And this has nothing to do with Gear 1 and Gear 2, man. Don't even try to talk about Gear 1 with Intel. They're going to shut you down immediately and close the case. Okay. So, yeah, these are the official speeds for Zen 5. These are the official speeds for Zen 4. So knowing this all this talk about like, oh, 6,000. Okay, now we're going back to the whole discussion about the burning CPUs. These profiles can dictate a VSOC value. But knowing this, you're already, by using XMP or Expo, you're already breaking the spec. You're already actively, knowingly or unknowingly, running the CPU outside of the official design specifications. That is the reason why these things are not guaranteed functionality of a desktop system. That doesn't mean that they won't work. That just means that if you run these profiles, you're acknowledging, whether you know it or not, which is kind of weird to say it that way, that you're actually overclocking your computer. Yes. Enabling an XMP profile or an Expo profile is basically overclocking your computer. You're overclocking your RAM. You're running your voltages outside of the maximum. So what is the voltage for DDR5? DDR5 standard voltage is what? What is the standard DDR5 voltage? Do you guys even know what the standard DDR5 voltage is? Anyone want to throw out the answer there? Does anybody know? Let's see if people actually know what the standard DDR5, the VDD, what is the standard VDD? VDDQ. What is this voltage? We've definitely changed topics. We're not talking about motherboards anymore. Oh, Jesus, 1.4? Oh, my God. Of course not. No, wrong. Completely wrong. Mark, you're also wrong. 1.35 is wrong. These aren't standard voltages. Dude, oh, my God. Everybody here is like overclockers or something. Like, no one knows what the normal voltage is? 1.4 and 1.35? What is that? No. 1.3, no. All right, it's clear to me. Okay, Papa got it right, but he wasn't sure of himself. But that is the correct answer. 1.1 volt, guys. 1.1 volt. 1.1, not 1.35. Definitely not 1.4 or 1.25 or 1.3. No. 1.1 volt. 1.1. 1.1 is the standard voltage. So when they say these are the maximum speeds, they expect you to run 1.1 volt. 1.1 volt. So AMD expects DDR5 3600 for 4 sticks at 1.1 volt VDD VDDQ. Or 5600 on 2 sticks via the JDAC 1.1 volt. Those are the voltages. Oh, that's the voltage. Those are the speeds. Wow, I am impressed that nobody knew this. One person said it, but they weren't. But the question mark implies that you weren't sure, like you weren't sure of yourself, like there was hesitation there. You weren't, meaning you're not answering like a Jedi. You know what I'm saying? You're like, you know, it's more like Han Solo just throwing a number, like it's got to be that, right? Like, no, it's like I don't know. So 1.1. 1.1 volt. So if somebody builds a computer and they don't follow any enthusiasts and they buy a memory kit that it doesn't even matter what the memory kit's rated for. They plug it into their computer, they put everything together, they turn it on. If it's 4 sticks of RAM, it's going to boot up like this and it's going to come up with 1.1 volt without them doing anything at all. And it will work. And you know why it'll work? Because it's officially supported speed. This is a guaranteed speed. So, meaning, okay, now we're going to talk a little bit about troubleshooting. If you have a problem with your computer, if games are crashing, if things seem like there's some kind of instability, the first thing I always tell people, get rid of all your overclocking. And that implies get rid of XMP and Expo. A lot of people don't seem to realize that because a lot of times if I say like get rid of all your overclocking, the reply I often get is, well, I'm not overclocking. I don't do any overclocking. It's like, I don't overclock my computer. And I'm like, my response is, you probably are. You probably don't know that you are. And it's like, did you load XMP? And the response is typically yes. Okay, so you are overclocking then. Get rid of that XMP profile. Set it back to JDAC. set it to these speeds. If you're running 2, set it to 5600 JDEC. Basically, I tell them, clear your CMOS, let it boot up, and don't touch anything in the BIOS. Now test your game. Are you still crashing? If the answer is yes, now you need to open a case with either your motherboard manufacturer or AMD or Intel or whoever. Now you can troubleshoot with the vendor, because if you go to the vendor and it's like, hey, I got a faulty hardware, and it's like, if you're running these, it's like, I don't know if they're going to be able to really give you accurate help, because, you know, but if it's crashing and you're running at these speeds, at this voltage, then you might actually have defective hardware. Then you might have a true problem. Because the point that I'm making is that this is the supported, keyword, supported and official. These are supported speeds. Meaning if your computer has a problem and you're running at these speeds in these configurations, then you have a legitimate problem. You might actually have faulty hardware. Because if it fails to run properly at officially supported speeds, keyword supported, it means the motherboard vendor, the memory vendor, whether it's Corsair, G-Skill, V-Color, whatever, Guile, who cares? It doesn't really matter. The memory manufacturer needs to be involved with a support ticket. The motherboard manufacturer most likely needs to be involved with a support ticket. And if not one of those two, then maybe AMD or Intel needs to be involved depending on the CPU. But you have to remember, like, there's a difference between what is supported and what is not supported. XMP and Expo are not supported things. They are considered overclocking, and they are outside of the support window. They're outside of the supported specification. So these are, this is standard runtime. So you're not going to see a server cluster hosting Battlefield 6 games running like outside of these numbers. I can guarantee you that. Like, no one's running a server with like DDR5 8000 or DDR5 6400. No one's doing that. Like, they're not running, there's no such thing as Expo or XMP in a data center or in a server cluster. It's not a thing, guys. So that's what I'm telling you. Like, everything that you do on the consumer desktop with XMP and Expo is considered overclocking. It falls into the category of overclocking. So it's running the hardware outside of the design parameters. That doesn't mean it's not going to work, but that's the whole point. The point is you're overclocking. You're trying to get more performance out of what you bought. And that's what Expo and XMP enable you to do. It's just one of the things that enables you to do that. Okay. So hopefully this addresses the infamous CPU burning issue. Now, I gave you guys way more detail than, oh, some bad BIOS somewhere was causing a problem. No, there's more to it than just some random BIOS having a problem. It requires running the hardware outside of the design specifications, meaning the voltage on the RAM was definitely above 1.1 volts. The VSOC was definitely probably around 1.3 volts. And yeah, though that plus, I don't know what the user was running their RAM at, because they could have been pushing 1.45 and the VDDG and VDDQ and VDD. Who knows? Maybe they're doing Infinity Fabric overclocking. That's a whole nother can of worms that isn't even worth bothering with, to be honest. But the person with the burnt CPU, I mean, they may or may not have been messing with the Infinity Fabric voltages, the VSOC voltage, the RAM voltages, etc. Most likely, if someone runs into a burnt up CPU, It's because somehow, through their own trial and error, or maybe they had no idea that they loaded an XMP profile from an old RAM kit. The BIOS, it told the BIOS like 1.3 VSOC or whatever. It did it. The user didn't double check. They didn't think they needed to check. So it's not really their fault in that regard. But through the whole kind of scenario of that happening, eventually they end up with a messed up CPU. And that is the root cause of the burning CPU issue. And that's the reason why someone like me has been running a 9800X3D in an ASRock Nova for basically a year. And I've never experienced the problem, and I never will experience the problem because I understand how hardware is supposed to work. And I understand what is dangerous and what is not dangerous. So if I see the computer trying to set something due to some random XMP or Expo thing, I'm going to override it. But I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying, like, I know what to look for. Now, the tragic thing here is not everyone knows what to look for. So the average user, the average gamer is going to have no idea that this is the standard voltage. The fact that somebody in the chat thought that 1.4 volts, thought that was the standard voltage for DDR5, like, that's kind of scary. That's kind of scary. Real quick, what is the standard voltage for DDR4? Do you guys know what the standard voltage for DDR4 is? What's the standard voltage for DDR4? You guys know what DDR4 is? Because apparently no one knew what DDR5 was. I'll give you a hint. It's higher than 1.1. It's higher than 1.1. It's not 0.9. It's higher, not lower. Duffy got it. 1.2 volts. 1.2 volts. 1.2. All right, what about DDR3? What's the DDR3's voltage? Now we're going further back. It's not 1.4. No. No one's got it, so no. All those are wrong. It's not 1.2. It's not 1.25. Nope. Oh, HTZ got it. Someone got it. 1.5 volts. 1.5. That is the standard voltage for DDR3. So now there were official voltages for XMP and AMP in the case of DDR3. So the voltage spec for DDR4's XMP so DDR4 XMP voltage was, for DDR4, was 1.35 volts. And the DDR3 XMP voltage was 1.65 volts. These were the overclock voltages for DDR4 and DDR5. Notice that there is a very noticeable pattern. If you look at the official voltage of DDR4, 1.2, and then if you look at the DDR4 XMP voltage, 1.35. The difference is 0.15 volts. 0.15 volt increase going from JEDEC to XMP for the DDR4 and DDR3. There was a pattern that existed. It was a very easy pattern to observe for those of us who were PC enthusiasts during the DDR3 and DDR4, basically the previous decade of computing, because DDR3 was from like 2008, 2009, or around there to like 2015 or 2014, in consumer desktop until 2015. And the latter half of that decade, so from 2015 all the way to like 2021, was the era of DDR4. So those of you who were building computers in the 2010s decade, so from 2010 to 2020, so from like 2010 all the way to the pandemic, you would know, if you were an enthusiast, that DDR3 XMP voltages were like 1.65, and the official supported voltages were 1.5. And then with DDR4, there was an efficiency gain, so you now run at lower voltages. So notice here, the DDR4 XMP voltage, 1.35, is lower than the JEDEC DDR3 voltage of 1.5. Notice that. Notice that. Now, DDR5 is quite strange, because DDR5, one would think that if we apply pattern recognition to the voltages, we should determine that the DDR5 Expo XMP voltage should equal 1.25 volts. Why? Because, well, pattern recognition can hold true. So the XMP Expo profile voltage should be around 1.25. Now, clearly, that is not what we have seen in the industry. We have seen things like 1.35 volts, 1.4 volts, even some older DDR5 memory kits that were running in like the 7,000 speeds, like DDR5 7600, for example, or 7800, or even 8000 or whatever, running at 1.45 volts. Now, those voltages are extremely high voltages for DDR5, considering that the baseline is around 1.1. So the fact that you have some memory kits out there that are running at that are spec'd for 1.4, 1.45, I personally will never use those memory kits, because I can't imagine why would DDR5 need to have a performance class voltage that exceeds the XMP voltage of DDR4. Like, that is the complete opposite of what one of the whole things about DDR5 was: more energy efficient, less power, all that stuff. So it's like, if you're running your DDR5 at 1.4, 1.45, like, now you're running DDR5 at voltages that are higher than what DDR4 was running at with XMP. So to me, it like makes no sense at all. So personally, this is one of the reasons why I have always advocated for Expo or XMP RAM that runs no greater than 1.35 volts. And there's several reasons for this. Number one is because, hey, this is the limit of what the previous generation voltage was. So if we go beyond this, now we're literally running at a voltage that is less efficient and completely unnecessary compared to, it looks worse than the previous generation. It's like you're supposed to be better than the previous generation, not worse in terms of energy. So it's like, why are we running voltages that high? The other reason is a practical reason. Less voltage means less heat, which means easier to run stable, which means better, easier time dealing with that sort of component in the system. So I guess if you've ever tried to overclock DDR5, you would know that DDR5 is very temperature sensitive. Very temperature sensitive. You typically never want your DDR5 going above 65 degrees Celsius. If it's going above 65 Celsius, you are either going to have games that crash, you're going to have instability, or in the worst case scenario, you're going to have data corruption. Now, usually, DDR5 will thermal throttle. So it will actually thermal throttle the read and write speed. So you're going to get bottlenecking over your memory bandwidth if your RAM is running too hot. Now, the worst case, you're going to run errors, which will turn into games or applications crashing intermittently, or you might have problems like blue screen of death. That's like a worst case scenario. Or the absolute worst scenario is if you have unstable memory, if it's unstable overclocked RAM, you could literally have file corruption. So you could lose files on your computer. If you write to a file and you have corruption in your RAM due to unstable RAM, you could literally corrupt that file and you would lose that data permanently. So that is a big deal, and that is the reason why I don't like 1.4 volts, 1.45 volts, because that means that the RAM is going to heat up so much faster. It's going to require me to run an active cooling solution on the RAM. Something like, where is it? Let me go back to the, hold on, where, was it this one? Yeah. Something like what the Gigabyte, something like this fan, an active cooling fan for the memory, for stability. So this is the reason why I don't recommend 1.4 volt RAM kits or 1.45 volt RAM kits. I mean, okay, some 1.4 volts is okay, provided it has a standard cast latency number and it is like DDR5 6000 or something. But anything that's like DDR5 8000, I will never recommend those insane voltages because it just isn't worth it. Because the assumption is if you're going to run that setup, and this is where the memory providers do a terrible job educating the customers on this. Like, someone can be, oh, I want to run DDR5 8000, or even worse, I want to run DDR5 8200 or 8400. Like, that's the worst case scenario. But they don't know because the motherboard doesn't, or like the RAM kit, like let's say somebody goes and gets like a DDR5 8200 kit or an 8400 kit from whatever memory manufacturer. It doesn't matter who it is. Let's just say whatever. It's whoever the RAM provider is. And they're like, oh, I'm going to pop this in my computer. It's on the QVL list. I'm going to run 8400. It's going to be great. 48 gigabytes, blah, blah, blah. What they don't know is that they're supposed to have this thing on their build. Or some way of actively cooling the memory. If they don't know that, they're going to have unstable, they're going to have errors. They're going to have all kinds of issues. They're going to try like Intel Burn Test or YCruncher or MemTest 86. They're going to run errors after like 40 minutes. And they're going to be like, man, this memory kit's garbage. It's defective. So they go and they swap it. They get another memory kit. Same exact problem. So the problem is not the RAM. The RAM's not the problem. The problem is they're overheating the RAM. They're not using active cooling on the memory. But no one told them that. Because they're one of the gamers. They don't know that. They don't know any of that stuff. See, so these are sort of pitfalls that people who don't understand how the technology works are going to run into. It's not plug and play. Anytime you're dealing with something insane, crazy, enthusiast speed like DDR5 8000 plus, you have to know a couple things. And if you don't know those things, you shouldn't buy DDR5 8000. Number one, you got to know that your motherboard actually supports that memory kit. Number two, you have to have active cooling. If you don't have those two things, you shouldn't be buying that RAM kit. It's that simple. But anyway, that's enough of ranting about the DDR5. I didn't expect this to turn into a DDR5 discussion since we were originally talking about the CPU burning issue, but the CPU burning issue is actually kicked off by, it's actually triggered by memory overclocks. Or it can be. It can manifest through that. This is one of the pathways that lead to this without users knowing. And it's due to improper voltages, typically VSOC, and fabric voltages being applied without the user catching it in time. So this is probably the only video on the internet that really goes that in-depth on this problem without doing the sort of testing that Gamers Nexus did an excellent job. Like, Steve and his team did a great job trying to investigate that problem from all angles. And in the end, they didn't do anything that would cause the problem. Hence the reason why they never saw the problem. So the user that experienced the problem was probably completely oblivious to the fact that they were probably running a high VSOC unknowingly. And it's unfortunate that the memory kit or whatever they were doing led to them running a high voltage, and that's because that's the only thing that can kill hardware, guys. There's only two things. There's only two things, besides something like a sledgehammer, but there's only two things that can kill hardware. Voltage and heat. Heat kills electronics. Voltage also will kill electronics. So the only way that the CPU can burn up like that, or quote-unquote explode, as people are saying, is either from voltage or heat. One of those two things. And in this case, I am more inclined to believe that the problem was a voltage-related problem. And why do I say that? Because we already know about a history of that being the root cause with ASUS motherboards back in Q2 of 2023, which was over 2 years ago. Oh, water can kill electronics also, but I mean, if you're putting water near your computer, if you're pouring water on your electronics, then, you know, come on now. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a practical way to kill electronics. The practical things that kill electronics are going to be voltage, like electrical spikes, storms, electrical storms can fry electronics, or heat. That's it. You either cook it with heat, with high temperature, or you burn it up with voltage. That's it. Saying water is like, that's like me saying a sledgehammer. You know? That's kind of an impractical way that electronics would die. That'll do it. Dust will lead to heat, and heat will kill electronics. So anyway, guys, that was that. I mean, okay, we're already at like 3.5 hours. So I guess, I covered what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the motherboards. We talked about the motherboards. I covered every single one. I mean, we can run through the Intel ones, but for some reason, people are not that interested in the Intel ones. So Intel, the $1,000 Maximus Z890 has Thunderbolt 5, but it's a terrible motherboard because it takes away Thunderbolt 4. Thunderbolt 4 is standard in the Arrow Lake CPU. So, and the way ASUS does this is through the Thunderbolt 5 controller from Intel. Just like how on the AMD boards, they have the ASMedia 4242 for the USB 4. So ASUS is basically swapping ASMedia for Thunderbolt 5 Intel, and that's how they're giving you Thunderbolt 5 on the Maximus Extreme. This is, to my knowledge, this is the only motherboard that I'm aware of that includes Thunderbolt 5 built in via the controller. Now, they also have the Apex, which is a nice motherboard, except for some reason on the Intel one, they screwed Intel people by not including the backplate. despite charging $750 for a motherboard. So, I mean, it's a white motherboard. It's not available in black. It's only available in white. Likewise, the AMD Apex is only available in black. It's not available in white, but the AMD one has the backplate. So it's like, man, Intel owners got screwed on that generation, at least the extreme overclockers. So, but it has all the other stuff. It has the fan cooling, those, just like on the AMD one. And then the Hero, the Maximus Hero. This is my personal motherboard that I have for my Arrow Lake system, which I've been meaning to do more content with the Intel platform. It's just, for some reason, nobody seems, like in terms of view count, like no one watches those videos for some reason. I don't know what it is, but like I've been wanting to do more content with the Intel Arrow Lake. We did CUDIMM earlier this year. We did Thunderbolt 5. This is the motherboard that I would recommend. If someone wanted to buy an Intel, if someone wanted to go Z890 for whatever reason, and they wanted Thunderbolt 5, I recommend buying the Hero and not the Extreme, because the problem with the Extreme is, first of all, not only is it $1,000, but you also... I like how ASUS is conveniently hiding the picture that shows the back. You lose USB 4. They don't give you any USB 4 ports, and they only give you five Type A. But they do give you 3 USB-C. So it's worse than the Crosshair Hero. The Crosshair Hero had 6 Type A. The Maximus Extreme only has 5 Type A. And it doesn't have any USB 4, aka Thunderbolt 4 ports on the back. Instead, it has 2 Thunderbolt 5. But here's the reason why I recommend the Hero. Because the smart move is to pay $700 for the Hero, which gets you Thunderbolt 4, which is basically the same thing as USB 4 on the AMD board, but it gives you the option to add Thunderbolt 5 via the ASUS Thunderbolt 5 add-in card, which I've done a whole video on how to do that. So my Arrow Lake this is currently the only computer that I have that has Thunderbolt 5, aka USB 4 version 2 on a consumer desktop platform. So I have access to Thunderbolt 5. Any sort of Thunderbolt 5 peripherals that I want to test and verify the speed, I have to use the Z890 platform because I don't have any laptop that has Thunderbolt 5 or USB 4 version 2. So I have to use Thunderbolt 5 on my Intel Arrow Lake platform. So this is the reason why I like Z890 as a platform. I think it's the most advanced platform on the market today because it has access to Thunderbolt 5. It has access to CUDIMM memory. For those that don't know, everyone keeps talking about CAM2, CAM modules. CAM2, that's going to go on laptops, guys. CUDIMM is CAM2 on desktop, and Arrow Lake already has access to that technology. That is the reason why CAM2 is in Arrow Lake laptops. In fact, it's in Meteor Lake laptops, and you can run CUDIMM DDR5 on Arrow Lake Z890 motherboards. I expect AMD will have CAM2 and CUDIMM DDR5 with Zen 6, both in the mobile lineup and the desktop lineup next year. So anyway, that's the Hero. That's the smart way to go Thunderbolt 5. Now, you have to waste the X4 slot at the bottom. Now, the thing here, what's interesting is the Hero, the Intel Hero, and the AMD Hero are kind of, they're on paper, they look the same. They're both $700. They both have backplates. They both have USB 4. They both have 5 gig LAN. They both have the 2.5 gig LAN. So they're functionally identical. Like if we do a comparison here, like let's look through this. So actually, let's just go here. So the back of the Intel one has 5 gig USB-A, 2, 4, 6, 8. So you get 8. You only get 6 on the AMD one, but the AMD one's a little bit older. But the AMD one is what, 2, 4, 6 10 gig type A. The Intel one is 4 10 gig type A and 4 5 gig 3.0. So there is that. They have the same exact networking. They both have the HDMI. They both have the USB 4. The Intel one gets the Thunderbolt logo because Intel invented Thunderbolt. So congratulations, Intel. You get your Thunderbolt lightning bolts on there. AMD has the generic USB 4 with the DisplayPort alt mode through them. And then 10 gig additional. So basically, okay, I see AMD actually has an extra USB-C. AMD has two 10 gig USB-C. Intel only has one on the Maximus. But they're both mostly functionally identical. They're not really like giving Intel something that AMD doesn't get, and they're not giving AMD something that Intel doesn't get. So they're kind of similar. Now, one thing though that is different, like I said, the Intel motherboard has the ability to add Thunderbolt 4, Thunderbolt 5. I have a whole video showing how to add Thunderbolt 5 to the Maximus Hero for the latest and greatest external connectivity. The AMD one cannot do that because the AMD one, ASUS didn't include the proprietary 14-pin header cable that ASUS uses for the Thunderbolt add-in card. Now, the Intel one has that header on it, hence why I was able to make the whole video and add Thunderbolt 5. Now, the biggest difference between these two motherboards, and this is a significant difference, is the fact that the AMD model has dual Gen 5 PCIe slots. So you can run dual 5090s at full Gen 5, 8 lanes each on the Crosshair Hero. You cannot do that on the Maximus Hero. The Maximus Hero only has the single Gen 5 slot up here. The lower slot is a chipset X4 slot, which is meant for the Thunderbolt 5 add-in card or some kind of external capture card or whatever you want to plug into the chipset that needs 4 lanes of Gen 4 bandwidth. So that is a big difference between the two. So if you're someone who wants dual graphics cards for AI, the AMD version is actually superior. It also has the Slim SAS connector on it and the 5 M.2s. However, I do think the Intel one has a Slim SAS. I'm fairly certain it has Slim SAS. I think right here it has a Slim SAS. So the Intel one also has a Slim SAS, just like the AMD. But the Intel one doesn't have the dedicated second Gen 5 slot that goes straight to the CPU. So that is the biggest negative thing about the Hero for the Intel version is that you cannot run dual 5090s with the maximum Gen 5 8-lane bandwidth per card. So that is the biggest negative thing about this motherboard. Despite the fact that this motherboard costs the same amount of money as the AMD Crosshair Hero. So it's take your pick. If you're someone who favors like GPU bandwidth and all the CPU Gen 5 lanes, AMD is going to be better. If you're someone who wants Thunderbolt 5 and all kinds of external connectivity and you're okay with being limited to one graphics card, then maybe the Intel one's better. I mean, functionally, as someone who literally tests both and I use both regularly, the 9950X, not the X3D, the standard 9950X, and the Intel Core Ultra 285K, these two CPUs are so similar that in a blind comparison, side by side, I oftentimes forget that I'm using the AMD when I'm using the Intel, or I'm using the Intel when I'm actually using the AMD. Like, I oftentimes forget which one because they are so similar. Their gaming performance is basically the same. The motherboards are almost exactly the same. The one difference, I get Thunderbolt 5 capability on Intel if I have the add-in card, and I can do dual graphics cards with full Gen 5 lanes on the AMD. So if you like GPU bandwidth, AMD is the better choice. If you like random external connectivity with Thunderbolt 5, if you want that upgrade path for Thunderbolt 5, Intel might be the better choice. I mean, right now, I am streaming on the Crosshair Hero. So we're coming to you live on the X870 Crosshair Hero with the 9950X, not the X3D, the standard 9950X. This computer, the Crosshair Hero, the AMD version of the Crosshair Hero, well, it is always Crosshair. Crosshair equals AMD. Maximus equals Intel. That is the difference. If you see an ROG Maximus, it means Intel. If you see ROG Crosshair, it means AMD. Crosshair equals Maximus. Those are the top brand names from ASUS. So you're going to get a Crosshair Extreme, a Maximus Extreme, a Crosshair Apex, a Maximus Apex, a Crosshair Hero, a Maximus Hero. That's an interesting comment. I wouldn't say people are being too harsh on Intel. I do think that some of the tech press is a little bit too critical of Intel. Like, okay, I can tell you personally, like I just said, I can barely tell. I cannot tell the difference between using a Core Ultra 9 285K from a standard Ryzen 9 9950X. They are functionally equivalent. Now, if you're talking about gaming, that's not what you just said is not true. They're not almost identical in gaming. Well, okay, those two are almost identical in gaming. In fact, they are identical in gaming. Where AMD has a leg up is their secret X3D weapon. The X3D is significantly faster. So this is the 9950 X3D. We are not streaming on this CPU currently. This CPU is paired up with my MSI X870E Godlike, which is literally sitting over to the right of me in the same exact room. It's like literally over there. So if you've seen the setup tour, and because you're a member, you can see the setup tour, so you can actually look at how I have these two computers set up. The Godlike and the Crosshair Hero. The Crosshair Hero runs non-X3D, where the Godlike has the flagship Ryzen 9 9950 X3D paired up with an ASUS Astral RTX 5090. That is the most powerful gaming computer that I have, and I will tell you, the 9950 X3D is way faster than both the Intel Core Ultra 9 and the standard AMD 9950X. So the way I think about it in my mind, the 9950X is Goku in the Majin Buu saga of Dragon Ball Z. So for those of you that understand Dragon Ball Z references, you know where I'm going with this. The 9950X is Goku Super Saiyan 2 in the Majin Buu saga. The Intel Core Ultra 9 285K is Majin Vegeta in Super Saiyan 2 capability. So now we're talking about them being functionally equal. You have Goku Super Saiyan 2 and Majin Vegeta. It just so happens that the colors, the orange Goku, the blue Vegeta. Well, when you look at that, so you have the two rivals, Goku and Vegeta. They are functionally equivalent to each other in the Majin Buu saga. But if you understand Dragon Ball Z in that storyline, you know that Goku held back. Goku had a secret technique that he hid from Vegeta. That technique is the Super Saiyan 3. The Super Saiyan 3 technique is the X3D V-Cache. This thing blazes ahead of both the 9950X, aka Super Saiyan 2, and Majin Vegeta Super Saiyan 2. So that's the reason why this is the CPU that's paired up with the 5090 with the Godlike, and what I call my Super Saiyan 2 computers are Crosshair aka Goku SSJ2 and Maximus aka Majin Vegeta. So they're functionally the same. That was probably the weirdest reference, but anyone who knows Dragon Ball Z probably found that a little bit entertaining. Okay, so I think that basically covered everything I wanted to talk about. I even managed to somehow link Dragon Ball Z references into this stream, which is, I don't know, I'm actually kind of impressed with that. Now I'm never gonna look at the Crosshair hero and the Maximus hero, or I'm never gonna look at these the same ever again. Now the Maximus is always in my mind Majin Vegeta, and the Crosshair hero is always Goku Super Saiyan 2. Like, I don't know, man. I guess the extreme is Goku Super Saiyan 3. Like, I don't know. Like, this is weird. This is really weird. X3D is Goku Super Saiyan 3, apparently. Man, sometimes I feel sorry for the people who don't know the Dragon Ball Z references, because the Dragon Ball Z references seem so spot on. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, Majin Vegeta is Intel Core Ultra, and Ryzen without X3D is regular Goku Super Saiyan 2. Like, that is like the perfect analogy, because they're so dead even right now. They're literally so dead even. Like, the Vegeta technique, the meme, the Vegeta technique. The Vegeta technique is probably the E-cores. It's like spam with E-cores. Like a bunch of E-cores, E-cores. You know, the Vegeta technique. No, Zen 6, that's just another story arc. The Aorus Elite. Didn't we already look at that? We already covered ASUS. Oh, not ASUS, Gigabyte. We did Aorus Elite. Yeah, well, I think, so for those of you that are buying, I guess, if you're looking at upgrading now, or this holiday season, what I wanted to do now is, I guess I'll do this breakdown. So you have your $700, your $700, I guess you could say you have your $1,000, your $700, your $500, and your $300. We're talking about motherboard price ranges. So you have these are the ranges now. Now, it's kind of insane that these are the price ranges for motherboards, because motherboards used to top out at like $400, $300 back in the day. Now they go all up to over $1,000 in the case of the Godlike and the Extreme from ASUS. So these are kind of the price ranges. I would say most people don't spend more than $300 on the motherboard. So it's like, I gotta think about this. So you have Tomahawk, you have Nova, you have Elite, and then you have, what is the ASUS one? Tough? The Tough or the, no, isn't the Tough like a $200 board? I forget. I mean, these are typically the stuff. So it's like mag, well, not going to include that. And then here you have Carbon, the Strix, the Dash E. I should say Dash E Strix, or well, Strix Dash E. The Tai Chi and the Master. These are like the $500 options. And then over here you have stuff like what is supposed to be the Ace. If and when it ever shows up, it's gonna be around $700. Then you have the Hero, I don't know what. So ASRock sometimes has something called the Aqua with the liquid cooled VRM, but they didn't do that this time around for neither AMD nor Intel. So I don't know what the deal is with ASRock at the $700 price point. And then Gigabyte has the Aorus Extreme AI Top. What a name. And then up here you have the Extreme from ASUS, or let's just say you have the Godlike from MSI, and you have the Extreme with an E from ASUS. So the Gigabyte Extreme does not have an E. That's the AI Top one. That's a $700 one. The Godlike and the Extreme are the $1,000 plus. Could you break down the categories of gaming, streaming, art? I mean, so, okay. The motherboard manufacturers try to target certain users with these different brands. But from what I have found from my own experience is that, I'll give you an example. I'll use the example with the ASUS ProArt. So ASUS ProArt X870E, they try to target the creator types, but the reality is that the Crosshair or even the Dash E Strix, well, the Crosshair, we'll say, is better for creators than the ProArt in a lot of ways. One of the ways, enterprise grade NVMe storage. The ProArt, you gotta buy all kinds of, well, technically with ASUS, with the Crosshair, you gotta buy the Slim SAS stuff, because that's all sold separately. But you have access to the Slim SAS. You don't have the Slim SAS on the ProArt. Why did ASUS not include that? I have no idea. So the ProArt is kind of like a missed opportunity, and that's why I don't recommend the ProArt for creators. The biggest problem is no postcode debug. $500, no postcode debug. For that alone, I recommend the Dash E Strix instead. The only thing the ProArt has that the Dash E Strix doesn't have is the 10 gigabit LAN, which some people might want as a creator because they might be running to like a 10 gig NAS or something. So that's why, I mean, ASUS has kind of these weird little corner cases where one or two things about the motherboard might be targeting a certain user. But I don't know, as a creator myself, I'm not going to buy the ProArt. Like, I don't see the value there. Like, I would get the Crosshair and use that for creative content instead of the ProArt. So it's kind of like, you can look at it like, okay, ASUS has these brands for certain users, but if you choose Crosshair, it basically negates those brands because it can do all of those use cases. But Crosshair is kind of their flagship line, right? So that's like their most premium brand. So it's weird. It's like you can kind of think, okay, this is for creators because they might need a 10 gig NAS or they might have a 10 gig NAS. They want 10 gig speed. You can always add 10 gig via an add-in card to any of the other boards, provided they have at least an X2 PCIe slot in them. But again, now you're looking at PCIe slots. So creator types. So I guess creator types, I would recommend like Dash E Strix or above. For the streamers, I would recommend. So it's like, okay, let's try to go through like different. I don't know, content creation, and this is gonna be like post production, or I guess like this is like editing rig. I'll say editing. content creation, for editing. Basically something that has like PCIe X2 or PCIe X4. Like these are the things I would look for. Maybe slim SAS. Maybe. Like these are what I look for a content creation editing motherboard. Maybe 10 gig or like 5 gig or 10 gig LAN. Dual network interface card inside the motherboard, which is what a lot of them have at that $500 and above price point. So that's kind of what I see. ProArt is not a good motherboard. So if I was going to get something for content creation, like I said earlier, these are the sort of things that I'm on the lookout for. So if it has slim SAS, I don't really need this. If it has this, I don't need this. So I'm just giving you... Okay, so maybe I should rewrite this. This or 10 gig LAN. I don't need this 5 gig. PCI 4 or slim SAS. So these are the things that I'm looking for as a content creator. And I'm sure content creators know exactly why I'm listing these things. Because if you are asking why I'm listing these things, you're not a content creator. It's kind of like that old saying, like, if you're asking how much it costs, it's not for you. It's like that kind of logic. So if you don't understand why a content creator would leverage these things, then you are not a content creator. So that's content creation, and then gamer, no, I guess, streaming. Streaming, or I guess streamer PC. Meaning the person with the computer is actually streaming, not someone who's streaming video, like they're not, like someone who's sitting there watching YouTube videos. Like that's like a regular, that's like any random computer. It's like not even a use case. So streamer PC. What am I looking for? PCI X4, USB 4. I guess content creation USB 4. I should also list this. USB 4. Streamer PC, PCI X4, or and or USB 4. Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, maybe, I don't think dual NIC is required for a streamer. 2.5 gig, 5 gig is enough. Like, I don't really think they need more than that. So that's it, basically. X4 or USB 4 and or USB 4. It's better if it has both for the versatility. So that's this use case. All right, the gamer is kind of like whatever. The AI researcher, or I guess AI prosumer. I don't know how to classify this category. So basically we have the content creation, the streamer PC, and the AI person. The AI prosumer. Dual X8. Dual X8 PCI 5.0. That's what I'm looking for if I'm AI. If I'm building an AI PC, I want PCI 5.0. Yeah, what did I just say? Dual PCI 5.0 X8. I'm looking for that. That's immediately going to rule out every motherboard that's like less than $500, except for the Tai Chi. Tai Chi Lite does not have a backplate. Only the Tai Chi and the Nova have the backplate. So that's, I'm trying to think, what else would an AI person do? Like, I guess that. And, yeah. 10 gig LAN. 10 gig LAN or dual 10 gig LAN. Yeah. Hence the AI top from Gigabyte. But yeah, 10 gig LAN is enough. 10 and 5 is good, but dual 10 is better. But yeah, basically with AI, you want high-speed networking, and you want, well, technically 10 gig isn't even high-speed networking if we're talking like true AI. we're really like, that's like 100, that's like 200 gig plus. But anyway, we're not going to delve into that right now. Dual X5 or dual X8 Gen 5 is what I would look for. So these are kind of examples of what I would look for if I was building for a specific use case on a desktop. And that's kind of it. So you can see these two are more niche, or more, they're demanding more in terms of requirements. Typically on a consumer desktop, like a Ryzen or an Intel consumer, like Z890, X870E, you're going to need, if you have this, you're not going to have this, so you kind of need this to be included from the start. But these are kind of the things that I'm looking for. Do you think it's worth it to spend an extra $20 over the Nova to get the Tai Chi Lite? I'm a video editor, content creator. I will need a lot of storage in the future. Well, so okay, so you're basically asking your question really reads as, this is the way I interpret that question. That's a good question. So this is how you want me, okay, I'm gonna type it out as though I'm DeepSeek and I'm reasoning. I'm gonna type out my reasoning in how I respond to this question as if I'm DeepSeek AI. So watch this. I don't know, am I gonna need more space than this? I don't know. So the question is, do you think it's worth it to spend an extra $20 over the Nova to get the Tai Chi Lite? So the Nova has 5 SSM.2 slots and 4 SATA slots or ports. The Tai Chi Lite has 4 M.2 slots and 6 SATA ports. So if I'm reasoning 9 versus 10, so we imply 9 storage devices versus 10 storage devices. But NVMe is faster than SATA. So maybe NVMe is, or so maybe the Tai Chi, or so maybe the Nova is better than the Tai Chi. It is also cheaper and includes, okay, I should say here, this is the Lite. It also includes the GPU quick disconnect and the backplate. The Tai Chi Lite does not include these quality of life features. Therefore, also the X2 slot on the Nova can be used for 10 gig LAN. But then the 5th M.2 cannot be used. So do you see how this reasoning is happening? Do you see how I am reasoning the difference? You asked a question that is a really, really difficult question to answer because it comes down to like 10 storage versus 9 storage. More fast storage versus more slow storage. 10 gig LAN can be added, but here's the catcher. So the conclusion is the Tai Chi Lite ultimately offers more capability, hence why it is priced higher than the Nova. So the Taichi Lite might be the better choice in this case. Why do I say this? Because the Taichi Lite, let me find the regular Taichi. So the regular Taichi is basically the same as the Taichi Lite. The Taichi Lite does not have the GPU quick disconnect. It does not have a backplate. So you do not get that on the Lite. Just keep that in mind. We actually might as well just bring up the Lite page. X870E Taichi Lite. Look at that. No lever for the GPU. And also, do they even have a picture of the back? They don't want to show you a picture of the back because it doesn't have a backplate. No backplate, no GPU lever. If you don't care about those things, then this is probably the better choice. You know why it's the better choice? Because you have the very useful dual X8. So remember when I said the Nova can do 5 SSDs? The Taichi Lite can do 4 plus 2 more. So you can actually do 6, provided that the Taichi, and now you'd have to double check this because I don't know if it supports bifurcation in the BIOS. If the Taichi Lite supports bifurcation of this lower PCIe slot into dual X4, meaning X4 plus X4, you can literally add an add-in card like the Godlike's Expander Aero card. This adds 2 more Gen 5 SSDs. If the Taichi Lite supports bifurcation of that second PCIe slot, you can add 2 more, up to 2 more Gen 5 SSDs to the Taichi Lite, which means you'd have 1 Gen 5 here, Gen 4 here, Gen 4 here, Gen 4 there, and 2 more Gen 5 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 SSDs. If you have bifurcation in the BIOS for that lower side, and usually they do have that. Therefore, from my reasoning, I recommend the Taichi Lite over the Nova for that use case, because you're concerned about storage. So on paper, not only does the Taichi Lite offer more storage in this form of 4 M.2 plus 6 SATA, it has the very useful X8. Keep in mind that if you use this X8 slot, your GPU will run at X8. Yes, the bottom slot on the Taichi board shares lanes with the GPU slot above it. Yes, that is correct. So keep that in mind. If you want to run more M.2s on this bottom slot, you will only get 8 lanes to your GPU. There will be lane sharing if you do that. But overall, it gives you more capabilities because it has that X8 slot. Hence the reason why ASRock prices it higher than the Nova. Because they know this. They know that it has more capability. Through my reasoning, I can determine why ASRock prices it higher than the Nova. But yeah, if you're concerned with storage, this is the one to get. But I think the gamers are more better served with the Nova because, man, this thing is just an insane value. It is so much value. $350, full backplate, GPU lever disconnect, RGB headers, all that stuff, 5 M.2s. If the gamer wants 10 gig LAN, because it only has 5 gig LAN, if they want 10 gig LAN, well, they can install a 10 gig card down here in this bottom slot. This bottom slot is X2 Gen 3. X2 Gen 3 equals 10 gig Ethernet speed. So we have a whole video. We have 2 videos actually showing that, proving that. So, yeah, but they sacrificed their 5th M.2. So the Nova is very good up front. And it has some capabilities for like certain niche things. Like, oh, I want to add 10 gig via the bottom slot. Or you could run well, there's no point running an M.2 on here because you have an M.2 already connected to those same lanes. So just straight up tons of value built into the board. It already has the 5th M.2 slot in there, ready to go. So really, really good board, man. Like, there's a reason why I classified this last year as the S plus tier, and it was the only one in the S plus tier category, and today I still stand by that. Still best value. It's very hard to argue with this board because it's like you try to do a PC part picker build, and you try to build the equivalent of a Strix Halo. Nova is oftentimes going to end up being the motherboard of choice because it's the only one that can fit it down into that $2,000 price range, trying to max out a desktop to equal a Strix Halo. If the Nova had dual X8 and an X4, that it would be like a $700 motherboard. But guys, what you just said is very interesting. I wish the Nova had dual X8 and X4. Did you know what you just implied there? Do you know that there's only one motherboard that has that? There's literally only one motherboard in the entire lineup of current motherboards that fulfills your wish. And that motherboard is the $1,100 Godlike. The only one that does that. It's a one of a kind. The only motherboard with dual X8 plus X4. There was one other motherboard from the previous generation. Well, actually, there was 2. The old Ace, the X670E Ace, well, the old Godlike, the previous Godlike, not this one, the old X8, X670, and the previous Crosshair Extreme. The X670E Crosshair Extreme also had the coveted dual X8 plus X4. But in this generation of motherboards, the Godlike is the only one. One of a kind. Hence why they're able to charge that Godlike tax. Because no one else has what they've got. You want that feature, you got to pay up. That's how they're doing it. That's the problem. Like, they know that but see, this is it, guys. This is my whole point about why motherboards have these different price categories. That's where they get you. That's how it's not like they're trying to get you. It's like, that's how they justify these price points. Because they know there's these niche corner cases of these certain one-off use cases that are really rare and so niche, but so good when the user actually needs them. So that's how they get you. It's like, oh, you need the dual X8 and you need that X4. Well, we have a solution for you. Technically, ASUS, although ASUS doesn't do the X4, ASUS has the coveted dual X8, but they put that Slim SAS on there. The Slim SAS is what would have been the dedicated X4. But ASUS wanted to go with Slim SAS on the Extreme. Although the Crosshair has the X8 as well as the Slim SAS. So technically the Crosshair at $700 does it. But we've got a lot of $700 boards that offer this. The Gigabyte Aorus AI Top. Now, okay, I take that back because this one has an X2 down here, not an X4, which is unfortunate. The Aorus AI Top the Extreme AI Tile almost was on that exclusive list of motherboards that offer a dual X8 and an X4. They get close. The only problem is the bottom slot is X2, not X4. So it gets really close though. But this is Gigabyte's only option that offers dual X8 for dual graphics cards or graphics card plus more Gen 5 storage. MSI Pro to me is just a lesser version of the Tomahawk. I would recommend the Tomahawk unless you really plan on using a bunch of those random like X1 slots that come with the Pro. I would just get the Tomahawk. The problem with the Pro is the Pro doesn't have things like postcode debug. And I don't recommend any motherboard that doesn't have the... So this motherboard, look at that. No postcode debug. That automatically... Okay, not only that, some of the M.2 slots don't even have heat sinks included. So it's like, to me, this is kind of like... I mean, the use case for this is if you're going to like run riser cables off of these PCIe slots to run some kind of weird like cloning software thing, or you need to clone like a bunch of NVMEs in parallel over PCIe, then you would run like riser cables up to NVMe devices or whatever. That's kind of how I see it. It's almost like this is for like GPU crypto mining back in the day, because you can do 1, 2, 3, 4. You can do like 4 GPU. Now none of them are going to be on full 16 bandwidth, or maybe the top one will be, but it's very, I don't know, man. Like the fact that it doesn't have heat sinks for all the M.2s and the fact that it doesn't have the postcode debug is a huge red flag. I like how it looks, but it's like, man, they could have done so much better with this board. It's super disappointing. So if someone's looking at the Pro from MSI, I tell them, forget about the Pro. Look at the Tomahawk, man. Tomahawk is way better. You get heat sinks for every M.2. You get the postcode debug, so you're not in the dark troubleshooting. Like, why is my computer not waking from sleep? Why is my computer booting up in the middle of what? You know, like, yeah. It's like, no. Get the Tomahawk if you're considering the Pro. Like, this is not, no. Just, no. I don't recommend it at all. You guys know the drill. If it doesn't have a postcode debug, I personally would not buy it. As someone who has purchased motherboards in the past that don't have postcode debugs, I made like a thing to myself. I made a promise to myself that I will never buy a motherboard that doesn't have a postcode debug on the motherboard ever again. I have purchased what, three motherboards. I've purchased 3 motherboards that don't have postcode debug. You want to know what those motherboards are? Z590 Z590 Tough Wi-Fi Plus. So this one from ASUS. This from a special Micro Center clearance holiday bundle. Dirt cheap Intel 11th gen. Yes, 11th gen. My favorite Intel CPU. The Waste of Sand Rocket Lake 11700K. This motherboard was free with that CPU. And this motherboard ended up going to a family member. But this, I mean, they gave it back to me because they were like, man, this thing is garbage. Thank you for the gift. But it's like, no thanks. So I have the motherboard again. This is like, okay, well, I mean, if I ever want to test AVX 512 on Intel, now I can do it. So it's like, this motherboard has no postcode debug. So this is one motherboard that I have that does not have a postcode debug. And another one is Gigabyte. I gotta think about the name on this one. Z690 Gigabyte Gaming X DDR4. Yes, DDR4 Intel 12th gen. Yes, Alder Lake 12th gen. Oh man, here we go. And this is when I realized, man, Gigabyte is onto something here, because they are putting the PCIe slots in the right position. They're doing it for the streamers. Look at that. They have the fat, thick GPU goes up here, and you have these two X4. These are dual X4. So you cannot run X8, X8. It's only the X16 plus the X4, X4. These are off the chipset. They're Gen 3. These are PCI Gen 3. This is PCI Gen 5. And this is DDR4. But look, no postcode debug. And I had all kinds of stupid problems with the 12700K on the early BIOS, because you know how I am. I upgrade on the launch day and have all the beta BIOSes and all the BIOS updates and all the E-cores causing game anti-cheats to like flag me and all this stuff. Yeah, because Intel's E-cores triggered anti-cheat back in the day. Like anyone who knows what I'm talking about, congratulations, you suffered through that with me. So Endwalker crashing with 90-minute login queues. Yeah, it was great. 12700K, I have great memories of that. Failing so hard. And guess what? No postcode debug. It was in that moment that I realized, man, this thing doesn't have a postcode debug. Why does the thing like cause the games to crash and trigger anti-cheat? Like, what's going on here? I have no way of knowing what's going on because I don't have any codes. I don't have the codes. Like, I can't tell you. I don't know. Like, there's no code. I can't read anything. It's blind. It's nothing. So, yeah. Intel 12th gen. Intel 11th gen. That family member probably hated me because I gave them a Rocket League. Waste of sand. But anyway, it was a gift, man. Like, how you wouldn't complain? It's a gift. It's a free computer. Like, what are you going to do? And you're going to give it back to me? Like, really? You're going to give it back to me? I can't believe they gave it back to me. It was a free computer and they give it back to me. That says a lot. That says a lot about the platform. Just saying. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, so Z590, no postcode. Z690, no postcode. And this one's DDR4 on Arrow Lake, because I wasn't about to, or on Alder Lake, because I ain't about to pay $800 for 64 gigs of RAM in 2021, if you know what I'm saying. So, yeah, those two. And there's an AMD one also. Hold on, let me find it. X670 Aorus. No, X670 Aorus Elite. X670 Aorus Elite. I have featured this one on the channel before. You guys have seen me do videos on this. If you're a longtime viewer, when we actually started turning this into a YouTube tech channel, this was one of the motherboards that I featured. So this is a motherboard that I did give to a family member. I gave this motherboard to a family member, and guess what? I did not get this one back. They did not give me this one back. I gave this one to a family member, they gave it back to me. I gave this one to a family member, I ain't getting it back. It's like gone. So I guess this one's good, but this one didn't have a postcode debug. It did not. Man, Gigabyte, what is up with their website? So, but this one was a good one. This is a good board. This is X670, not X670E, not B650, not B650E. No, X670. That means that this NVMe is Gen 5 capable. But the GPU is Gen 4. Because X670, no E, just regular X670, was dual chipset, but only had 4 lanes of Gen 5 that go to the top NVMe slot. The GPU and all the other CPU lanes are Gen 4. On X670 specifically. But this one was a good board. I never had any issues with it. It's just no postcode debug. And, 4 M.2, standard Gigabyte layout. You have your your X16 here, you have an X4 off the chipset, and you have an X2 off the chipset. So this is why I say this is the live stream. This is the Twitch streamer's motherboard. Why? Because guess what? X4, you know what you can do with that? 4K 60 capture card. Oh, you don't need 4K 60 capture card? You want to run external 4K 60 capture? Okay, guess what? You can install Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 3 via Gigabyte's very own Thunderbolt 4 add-in card, because Gigabyte included the Thunderbolt header over here. So yeah, you can get Thunderbolt 4, aka USB 4, running on AMD's previous generation motherboards, provided the motherboard comes with the header and you can put their add-in card. So yeah, this is a streamer's motherboard because they can run the X4 for USB 4, or they can run an internal capture card, or they can also run 10 gig LAN. If they want 10 gig LAN, guess what? The bottom slot is an X2. That's perfect for 10 gigabit network cards, so they can run that to like a home NAS for their storage, archive footage, whatever that's offloaded, not in their PC, assuming they're already maxing out their SATA. They're maxing out. There's 4 M.2s on here, 1 Gen 5 and 3 Gen 4. So yeah, pretty good board, man. Good motherboard, but no postcode debug. So I don't know, man. No postcode debug. So you guys can see I have a history of having some experience with no postcode debugs. There's one more motherboard that I did purchase that did not have a postcode debug. And for those of you that have watched a lot of my videos, not my live streams, my actual videos, you might be able to recall what that motherboard is. So that motherboard is none other than the X670E ASRock Steel Legend. We have featured, I did a full how to build a PC video featuring the Steel Legend. This was back in like the summer of 2023, I believe. So it's like a little over 2 years ago now. And this motherboard, ASRock, was always giving you really good value because they include a GPU anti-sag bracket. This is a really good design too, because it sits in line with the motherboard's screw holes here. So it doesn't, do they have a picture of it? Yeah, right here. See? That way it doesn't like stick way out, or if you have fans at the bottom of your case, you don't have to worry about it sitting on top of the fans. So yeah, this is a really good design. Steel Legend, really good motherboard, but no postcode debug. And for those of you that have watched a lot of my memory overclocking videos, if you guys remember, in the videos where I featured this, or I feature a separate like custom card that I attach that gives me the postcode debug, like an external postcode debug readout board, because I have one of those. I featured that in the video. This is the motherboard that I was using that postcode debug with, because ASRock's UART connector is very well documented. So I could get it to work with ASRock. I could not get it to work with Gigabyte, but I could get it to work with ASRock. So this one is the last motherboard that I have that does not have a postcode debug. So I've had a total of 4. I've had 2 Intels, one 11th gen, one 12th gen, which also supports 13th and 14th gen, but it's DDR4, so it bottlenecks those. And then the 2 AMD boards, the X670 from Gigabyte, and then the X670E from ASRock. Those are my motherboards that don't have postcode debugs. All right, so I think we're kind of at the end of the stream now. Who is the king of 800 series boards? It depends on the use case. I would say that all of them have good motherboard options. It really depends on how you're going to use your computer, what you're going to connect to your computer. Does the PCI slot layout matter to you? Like, it probably does, whether you know it or not. Gigabyte X670 were actually quite good. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I think that covers it. That was an in-depth look at motherboard, all things motherboard. If you're in the market for a new PC this holiday season, if you live near Micro Center, Micro Center always has the best deals, especially during like the Black Friday deals. You can get like insane deals on a GPU upgrade bundled in with your CPU and motherboard and RAM bundle. So just keep that in mind. If you don't live near a Micro Center, I mean, obviously, the typical outlets like if you don't live near a Micro Center and you're someone who can buy from like Newegg, I would recommend Newegg over Amazon. Sometimes Amazon will either have the equivalent price. Sometimes Amazon might even have some random deals that are slightly better than Newegg. The difference is Newegg, you can. I don't think Amazon, to my knowledge, Amazon doesn't let you like bundle extra parts for more discounts. Newegg oftentimes does allow you to do that because Newegg is more suited for the PC DIY space than Amazon. Amazon is kind of more of like a generic seller, so keep that in mind. So that's why I would rather go with Newegg if I didn't have access to a Micro Center, or if you're someone who's not in North America, like if you're in the EU, if you're in the Asia market, then you guys know the drill. You have your local PC stores. I know in Asia there's like a whole bunch, especially if you're in Taiwan or Hong Kong. I mean, there's like so many ways to get PC parts over there. But if you're in the EU, I mean, I don't know. It kind of depends on where you are. I think Germany has some pretty good options, like Mind Factory, Overclockers UK. I mean, there's some good ones, but I don't know what people in Italy do, to be honest. Like Italians and French, I don't know what their PC DIY market is like at all. Like I have no idea. I'm actually really curious, like how people in Spain, Italy, France, parts of Eastern Europe, like I don't know how they go about building computers because I don't think they have anything that's equal to a Micro Center, as far as I know. I mean, I think if they did, I would have heard about it by now. Newegg is much better if you need return. You generally get the money. Yeah, I know. Newegg is better. Like, the people who don't use Newegg and don't have Micro Center are really missing out. Like, I've gotten a lot of my stuff from Newegg because Micro Center just straight up never had it. A good example is the Godlike. I got my Godlike off of Newegg because Micro Center didn't have one until, like, 4 months after the motherboard came out. You know what I mean? I got my Sapphire 7900 XTX from Newegg. I got my Reference XTX from Newegg. The Godlike is from Newegg. There's probably some the G-Skill QDIMM. The G-Skill QDIMMs that we covered for the Intel Arrow Lake, that was from Newegg. So I've gotten a lot of stuff from Newegg actually this year, the last 2 or 3 years. But my go-to is definitely Micro Center. If you live near Micro Center, definitely Micro Center is top priority, and then Newegg is number 2, and then Amazon's number 3, or maybe Walmart and Amazon are kind of like 2 and or 4, 3 and 4, or whatever, kind of depending on the thing. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, back during the pandemic, guys, like Newegg Shuffle was like one of the only like decent ways to get a GPU back then. I mean, you ended up with a power supply that you didn't need, or sometimes a motherboard for a CPU that you didn't even have a use case for, but you know. Newegg's pretty good, guys. Like, don't sleep on Newegg. Newegg is legit. Newegg is the OG. Newegg is definitely the OG for PC DIY from as far back as like the mid 2000s, maybe even the early 2000s. So they've been around for like 20 plus years at this point. So they know what they're doing when it comes to computer hardware. They understand the PC DIY market on a level that Amazon could never understand. Because Amazon is just like a machine. It's like you're buying from some giant bot, you know? Like, whereas with Newegg, it's like they actually know. Like, you've seen the people The management has changed a bit over the years, but you've seen, like, you guys know, maybe you don't know, but there was the whole thing a few years ago. Gamers Nexus went and talked to them in person, but Newegg did change their policies for the better, and everyone benefited, and Newegg has done pretty good. I mean, I've never had a problem with them. Like I said, I bought the Godlike from them. I bought, like, a bunch of stuff from them over the years, so, because they were the only ones that had it. And oftentimes, they're the best choice if you're trying to buy a graphics card. If you can't get a graphics card locally, Newegg is the best way to get a graphics card because they have the best selection. Like, if you want those graphics cards that have, like, the anime characters on them, like the Yestons and stuff, Newegg's got the Yestons. Newegg's got all the, like, random other Chinese, Taiwanese GPU brands that typically don't ever show up in, like, other markets outside of Asia. Newegg oftentimes has them. It's rare, but they have them. Yeah, Newegg had the magnetic air when everyone else was sold out. If you weren't able to get the magnetic air from Micro Center on launch day, Newegg was literally the only other option. Newegg is always, like, the only option if you're trying to buy a GPU at launch. Because Amazon never has the GPUs at launch. Like, that shows you how much or how little they care. That shows you Amazon doesn't care. Like, they don't care. Like, oh, you want a GPU? I'm sorry. Oh, you want a PS5 on launch day? Oh, what's a PS5? I have no idea what that is. That's Amazon's typical understanding of gaming and computer hardware. It's like, oh, you're looking for a what now? 9070, what? What is that? Is that a car part? Like, what? Like, the Amazon guy doesn't know what that is? Like, the Amazon AI doesn't even know what that is. Like, when it was, you know, when the 9070 XT was launching, and the 5070 was launching, and the 5070 Ti, and all that, 5080, Amazon did not know what any of that stuff was. Newegg was the way to go if you weren't near a Micro Center. Like, that's what I do. If I know I'm not going to be able to get one from Micro Center, Newegg. Newegg's backup. Newegg's plan B. If Micro Center falls through, I got to go Newegg. Especially if you're talking about launch day hardware. Launch day. You got to rely on Newegg, 'cause they're like the ones that have the big volumes. All right, guys, well, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. There was an interesting discussion we had on all the motherboards from the highest end to all the way down to like the $300 price point. So if you're in the market for a CPU or a platform upgrade, this is the time to upgrade because the next upgrade cycle is literally a year from now. So if you're not upgrading now, you're going to wait for an entire another year of not upgrading. So just keep that in mind. So this is a good time to upgrade. And the prices have fallen on GPUs despite all this random stuff with supply and things. Now, we didn't talk about this. We might talk about this next week. With AI, there are rumors of storage and DRAM prices going up. So if you are in the market to upgrade, you want to keep that in mind. So you don't want to stave off upgrading much longer unless you're okay with waiting for a whole nother year for the next generation. So if your computer is 5 years old, it's time to upgrade. If your computer is 3 years old, you need to ask yourself, can you do a drop-in socket upgrade? Because if you have a 3-year-old computer, or if it's coming up on 3 years old, that typically means you're either already on AM5 and you could upgrade to something like a 9800X3D, just upgrade your BIOS and get the CPU. But if you're someone who's on an older computer, like 5-year-old computer, or the ancient 9900K, or Zen Plus, or Zen 2, or whatever, all that previous decade stuff, then now is a good time to upgrade because we're kind of coming up on this weird situation where the price of DRAM, it might go up and it might end up being stuck at a high price well into next year. And then flash memory is also going to go up, and it's all because of AI. I wanted to talk about AI, but I know people don't want to hear about AI, but AI is going to negatively impact the PC DIY space next year, starting now. And that's going to make it harder for people who are wanting to upgrade, but they're saving up for the upgrade for sometime next year. So if you can wait a whole nother year, then it's probably worth waiting a whole nother year. But if your computer is already 5 years old and is struggling to perform in the tasks that you need it to, now is the window of opportunity to consider upgrading. Because prices, the Black Friday deals, all that stuff is going to start happening in the next several weeks. And if it was me, if I didn't do my platform refresh last year, right now I'd be looking, man. I'd be in the market for upgrade. But I already upgraded last year. So it's Godlike, all that stuff, X3D, I got all of it right now. I even have all the Intel stuff too with the Thunderbolt 5. So I don't have to do anything. I can just sit on this stuff all the way until Zen 6 and see what happens and see what Intel does next year. But if someone's on an older platform, now is the time to consider upgrading. So anyway, guys, that's where I'll leave it at that. Thanks for tuning in. If you're new to the channel, we do these Tech Thursdays live streams, these long form live streams. They're typically like 4 hours in length, 3 to 5 hours, depending on the topic. So in this case, it's like 4.5 hours now. So feel free to ask any questions while I'm live. This is the best time to get your questions, your tech-related questions in, so you can get an actual proper answer. We also do gaming live streams on the weekend. We will be featuring Ninja Gaiden 4, Monster Hunter Wilds, Dream, whatever, the festival. What is the name of that festival? I forgot the name. Dream Spell Festival, the Fall Festival, the Halloween stuff, whatever. So we're going to feature that this weekend. There's some other stuff that we also do address tech-related questions during the gaming streams, but usually it's not the focus. So if you have tech questions and you want me to answer them live, now is the time, or Tech Thursdays is the place to ask those questions. So just keep that in mind. So if you have a question that comes out, like let's say, next Tuesday, like, so you want to ask something, or write it down, whatever, and then on the next Tech Thursdays, you can ask it live, and I'll typically address it. Because people have tried to, like, ask me in comments on my videos. It's like, dude, I get the same question, like, on so many videos. I'm not going to answer it in a comment on a YouTube video. It's like, you need to ask the question live so that not only do you get the answer, but, like, other people watching might also get the answer. They might have had the same question, just they didn't know how to ask it. So anyway, that's how we do things on here. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you guys. If I don't see you on the gaming live stream this weekend, I will catch you on the next episode of Tech Thursday.